Hello. Oh god. I was not expecting that to happen, that's for sure. I don't know what to do with work today. It's worse than the regular bad throat days that I have while I'm streaming. Great. We're starting great. Hello everyone. Ready for more daddy flashbacks. I'm ready for more daddy flashbacks. Except for the part where I was dying, I guess, 2 seconds ago. Alright, we finished right when it gave you a to be continue thing. That's why. I had a moment of like, wait, where are we starting here? And it's like, right. Right. Okay. December 25th, 10 a.m. Detention Center, Visitors Room. Hey, it's Miss Bound! Oh, Mr. Fender, Mr. Edward. I'm so sorry about what happened yesterday. Are you really sorry? Well, I guess it was kind of awkward. I'll take your word for it. She looks rather tired. Has Mr. Von Karma finished interrogating you? Yes, though he really only seemed interested in how I melted those sculptures. Are you here to see Mr. Tangaroa too? Yes, I'm terribly worried about him. He's back. Detective Bad? What are you doing here? Back here? Back there? Back here, there? Thank God that we're here and he's there, and we're in here and he's in there, and we're out here and he's frozen there. Oh, just happened to be here. I'll be heading back to the scene soon. Not sure how anyone just happens to be at the detention center, but okay. Good morning. I think he went white from fear? Trauma? Like, what's with the hair? What happened to you? Oh no, Samson, what did they do to you? They didn't seem to want to let me sleep. I had no idea interrogations could be so involved. Police brutality, I knew it existed. Indeed, based on yours. Sorry if I seem distracted. I think I'm a little... tired. They're not letting you sleep? That's not police, well that's torture! What's going on here, Detective Bad? I'm not the one doing the interviewing. It's the guy that put on the case before me. I like when Karma's methods about as much as you do, which is why I'm doing what I can to help. That bitch is a pain in my ass. It was Detective Bad who got me out of there. I'd still be in that interrogation room right now, if it weren't for him. You know, that is in fact a violation of the Geneva Convention. I'm pretty sure, like, that is in fact torture. So, like, this is technically kind of, like, you know, illegal. Detective Bad really is trying to look out for Mr. Tangaroa in his own way, it seems. Alright, Eddie, let's show yesterday's findings with Mr. Tangaroa. You got it, Mr. E, my notepad is at the ready. Dude, you eat the pages, how do you remember? Like, how can you check if you ate the pages to remember? Rather. Mr. Tangaroa, we found out quite a bit if you'd like to hear it. Of course, thank you. Are you alright, Mr. Tangaroa? You seem kind of spaced out. He hasn't slept for who knows how long. Maybe you shouldn't let him nap. I'm fine, I think my blood sugar might be running a little low. Samson! Do we have anything that might give him a little energy boost? kinda do, actually. Huh. Is that chocolate for me? Is that even Valentine's Day? Oh, those are the chocolates I wish I could just give them to you, Mr. Tangaroa. But the rules here don't exactly allow me to do so. Oh, that's a shame, but rules are rules, I suppose. There must be some way we can hand them to him. I hope Detective Bud is noting the meaningful look in his direction. Let me take a look at them. If they seem legit, I might consider passing them onto the suspect. Thank you, Detective Bad. My hero! I'm Dutch. Thank you, Detective. Yeah, whatever. Just sit tight. Here. You don't know how much this means to me. Yeah. Keep it down, will ya? For both our sakes. Of course, Detective. I wouldn't wish to put your livelihood at risk. Yeah, don't worry. He's putting his livelihood at risk for other reasons. Hehe. Now to sample these treats. Detective, I apologize for putting you in a tight spot. I didn't do it for you. It was my call. Guess you're not such a bad guy after all. Oh, the sweetness. I feel like a man reborn. Were they your handiwork, Judy? Yes, how were they? I'm not gonna sing. My throat can barely handle reading today. I don't even know why it's so fucked up. God, I'm gonna die. Delicious. They're not exactly beautiful, but they're sweet and also flavorful. Thank you, Judy. I'm so glad you like them. And I'm glad you're back to your old self. My apologies, friends. The food they serve here is just so flavorless. Between that and the lack of sleep, I was about ready to collapse from sheer despair. Whoa, is the food here really all that bad? Just the usual. French fries, ham sandwich, stuff like that. Yes, and yet I couldn't taste a thing. Anyway, I'm heading back to the scene. Before you go, Detective, do you have any new information to share? Oh yeah, you were right about the victim's identity. Ross worked as a sculptor in France. God damn it, it's the French again. Where he was known as Paul Halik. Artie Frost was Paul Halik? I never would have imagined. Poor Mr. Halik. So the famous French sculptor wasn't a Frenchman after all, huh? I think he was literally French and Artie Frost was just his, like, fake name. Fender. This all would certainly explain why Mr. Halik was such a recluse and refused to show his face in public. Like, it works either way, but like, you could say, like, one or the other, I suppose. Like, either Paul Halik was Artie Frost or Artie Frost was Paul Halik. Paul Halik just sounds like a more normal name than Artie Frost, though. He was busy working on his greatest masterpiece, apparently. Bunch of Zodiac statues. I think he got inspired by the Zodiac Killer. I don't know trust like that. Guess he'll never finish them now. He never finished his greatest masterpiece. Nah, seems he was making statues for each season. But he never got around to the winter constellations. The winter constellations, you mean Taurus and Gemini? So the two he made out of ice would have completed the set. Also, that's only the constellations. If you're in like one side of the hemisphere, you have to think about the other side of the hemisphere also. Like, it is different on one side. Just saying, it is different on a different side of the Earth. Because stuff. Yeah, now they're nothing but puddles. What a bummer. Cow, a bummer, dude. I'm so sorry. Oh no, Miss Bud, I wasn't blaming you. One last thing. He seems he had himself a bit of a spending habit when it came to his work. Every statue cost him millions to make. Kinda fucked up if you ask me. Have you seen the kind of shit that people do with recycled materials? Which means he was always strapped for cash. We're checking to see if there's any chance someone called in a debt. I guess not even famous artists are safe from money problems. Do you have any idea why he entered the confectionery contest? None. Guy didn't even tell his family. I see. Weird. Alright, I really gotta get going. I'll go fetch another guard. But I can't be hanging around here any longer. Understood, Detective. We'll see you again shortly. Bye, Peaches. I fucking hate all of you. He's a good man. He certainly is. And an uncompromising one. Somebody who can be trusted to stand up for what he believes in. Not to scare the pass off of anyone now he meets. Now, you were going to tell me what you learned yesterday. Of course, allow me to give you the full report. 2 hours later. Thank you for that, and for allowing me to apologize on Judy's behalf. I'm so sorry. It's fine, Mr. Tangaroa. As I told her yesterday, the important thing is that we learn the truth in the end. Now, would you mind if I ask you a question or two? By all means. I'll gladly share all that I can. What can you tell me about the contestants who took part in the final round of the contest? Let's see. There was Miss Cone. I love her design concept. Unfortunately, her entry was in violation of the rules, and so I had to disqualify her. Mr. Gusto's creations were a perfect balance of flavor and design, at least up through the semi-finals. But disappointingly, his entry for the finals was subpar on both counts. And there was actually something a little unusual about his entry for the semi-finals as well. Which was... he tasted identical to Mr. Frost's. They may have looked different, but I could have sworn I was eating the same thing. And what exactly did his work look like? Oh, there should be a photograph at the back of my mansion. I'll show it to you later, Mr. Edward. Much appreciated, Miss Bound. But Mr. Frost's entry for the finals, that was truly sublime. So you were able to finish judging it? Even though his body had been discovered in the meantime? Yes, I wasn't aware of what had happened until after I completed my assessment. Mr. Frost was in his room when I visited, so I took the liberty of sampling a bit. Part of the lyre, I believe. I'd never tasted anything like it. It was like a dream. I was so moved that I burst into song. I'm sorry, but are you saying that the lyre tasted good? I'd like to hear more about that if you don't mind. You're quite sure it was a lyre that you tasted when you sampled Mr. Frost's work? I'm certain of it. It was part of the Gemini statue, which was the only sculpture in the display case. Mr. Tangaroa, would you mind taking a look at this photograph for me? So, the part you tried was the lyre, the one shown here without any strings. Oh, there were strings originally. That was the part I ate. So the strings were missing because Mr. Tangaroa ate them all, and he enjoyed them. Miss Cone told us she ate a part of the lyre as well, but she said it was far too salty for her to finish. It is true. The truth is, I've suspected for a while that there might be something wrong with my sense of taste. Something wrong? How so exactly? It's a taste disorder characterized by an inability to detect salty flavors. And I suspect I've been suffering from it. I eat so many sweets on a daily basis that it took a while for me to even notice. There's no denying it now. That would explain why the food here seems so bland to him. What? But your taste buds are your livelihood. Even if there were some long-term treatment option, I hardly know the total cure for your condition exists. Nevertheless, you should put in a request to the police for a proper evaluation. Oh, that won't be necessary. I have a recipe for a cure back at my mansion. You do? I do. You can take a look at it for yourself if you like. Sounds like we can't show that recipe to just anybody. Judy, Mr. Edward is hardly just anybody. He's my attorney, and I have no secrets from him. Yes, you're right, of course. If that's what you wish. What on earth is the secret recipe for a miracle cure that they've been hiding? Well, I suppose I should be getting back. Alright, we'll be right behind you. Judy? Yes, Samson? Yes, there's more to life than just me. Please, Judy, think about the life you want to live. Because I won't always be around. Don't say that. Without you, I don't have a life to live. So I'll be waiting right there at the mansion until you come home. Now, you'll excuse me. Well, that's romantic. He's down! Judy. Well, she seemed really upset. I thought I saw tears in their eyes. You even say a lot to her. Because I worry about her. She can't keep putting my needs ahead of her own. What do you mean? The Halik collection, the candy making. It's all because she thinks these things will make me happy. She never thinks about what she wants, what she likes. I just want her to be her own person and to choose her own destiny. The last thing I want is for her to miss out on all that life has to offer because of me. I guess that makes sense. He really does see her as his own child. That makes this entire situation extremely awkward. What parent wouldn't want their child to walk their own path? And what parent wouldn't do everything they could to protect them? Sorry, flashbacks to Ace Attorney 1. I know exactly how he feels in this moment. It's like the game was like, here, have a stabbing in the chest. Ah, stab, 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 ow, stab, stab, ow. You know? It's just like that. I think I've asked of you everything I can for now, Mr. Tangaroa. We should be getting back to the scene of the crime. Oh, you're leaving. I see. I suppose I'll be going back to the interrogation room for another session. Ah, yes, we'll have to do something about that. You speak to the police for me. That too, but I'll be putting something else in place as well. An ace up our sleeve for when the time comes. I look forward to learning more. I'm counting on you, Mr. Edward. We'll be back to brief you, Mr. Takadura, every day! And Judy too. Thank you, Eddie. I look forward to it. Mr. Tangaroa, your interrogator will do everything in his power to extract a confession from you, clearly considering the torture. I hate to see an innocent man suffer like this. But please, you have to do everything you can to hold out. If you can't, Mr. Von Karma will use that confession against you for as long as this case lasts. And it will make it that much harder for me to save you. I understand. And I'll try. Don't give up until you're out of there, Mr. Tangaroa. You have my word on that. Well, let's get our asses back to the mansion then. Detective Patty's back again. December 25th, 11:03 a.m. Contest venue, Fountain Room. Detective Bat, thank you again for what you did earlier. Yeah, thanks a ton. What are you talking about? There's no need to be shy about it. Never mind that now. I'm guessing you two are back here, looking to investigate some more. We are indeed. We'll need something solid if we're going to save Mr. Tangaroa. Well, I hate to break it to you, but apart from this room, the whole place is on lockdown. There's a plague going on. What? But we need to see those other rooms. This is Mr. Von Karma's doing, I presume. Who else? Haven't seen the autopsy report yet either. Guy's probably got a hand in that too. I'm getting fucking tired of his seat. And I don't expect to speak with anybody except to scope at Miss Bound. Everybody else is gone, and I doubt Von Karma will be handing out phone numbers. He actually doesn't like using the phone. He's like a letter guy. He's fucking weird, dude. Is this like just a game to him? Why does he have to go so far? So, what's your plan of action, detective? Same as before, and what I can to help you uncover the truth, like I promised. You have my gratitude. Just you wait, Mr. Von Karma. We're gonna beat you and your bag of dirty tricks. Eddie, I hate to break this to you, but someone is gonna die, and it's not gonna be you. Detective, may we conduct a brief investigation of the area? Sure, but like I said, everywhere else is off bounds. You probably won't be seeing those rooms again. That's fine, as long as there's at least some way of continuing on our investigation, we'll make do. Country defense attorneys make do. Messages on the front of the big sheriffs, enjoying some chocolate fondue. Bohalik's work, apparently. But I handed to him. They look so real. Detective, are you saying you have personally seen sheriffs before? Attorneys, always poking holes in people's words. What, did I do something wrong? Apparently you did. Wait, I wanted to talk to the detective, not with the fountain. There we are. Excuse me, may I ask you what you're investigating? Sir, I'm analyzing the fountain water to see what might be in it, sir. And what do you find? Chocolate and what looks like the kind of flavorings and colorings used in frozen desserts, sir. The composition of the chocolate seems to be the same as that of Mr. Tangaroa's work. And the flavorings and colorings match the profile of those used in Mr. Frost's ice sculptures. Those little rivers flow from all four artists' rooms right here to this fountain. Guess that's how the stuff from the melted sculptures wound up in there. And that's not all, sir. We also found blood. What? Why is there blood in the water? Think back to our investigation of the murder scene, detective. Take another look at the scene in front of us, detective. A very conspicuous pool of blood that should be here is clearly missing. You're right. Don't remember anybody mentioning they removed the blood along with the body. The victim's blood was mysteriously absent, as was a part of the chocolate chest it had pulled on. I believe that the blood probably belonged to... well, to the victim.
Take that!
The victim, huh? I'll have the guy compare it with the blood on the murder weapon. What's with that sound? It's a match! The blood in the fountain is frost. But why would someone want to send the victim's blood downstream and into the fountain like this? I mean, to be fair, it might be just a side effect. Like, you melt the chocolate to make it disappear, and, you know, it just happens to end up in the fountain. Authorized personnel only beyond this point, I'm afraid. Meaning what? I'm not authorized. This is no reason to authorize personnel either. So nobody's allowed in? Let me guess. From Karma's orders. Guys, really starting to grind my gears. I'm gonna become part of Guilty here. I'm gonna be an invite character. It's gonna be cool. Okay, same from you. Just in case like they have something interesting to say. Same for you. Yeah, they're all the same. I had to sneeze. The trophies all belong to Mr. Tangaroa. I had to sneeze again. I'm going to die. But they're not all for confectionery contests, some appear to be for charity work. A testament to both his character and his professional achievements. This is one here. Recognition on Bacon Bob's long-standing achievement in making children's dreams come true. That's so sweet, it got me wanting to watch it. This is quite a trophy. Awarded to Tangaroa, first place, International Confectionery Association Annual Spectacular. It's made of candy. I guess it wasn't meant to last forever. Makes sense. Prizes, fame, none of it lasts forever, right? I doubt it's anything quite that deep. Miss Brown, we're here to continue our investigation. Oh, Mr. Edward, I'm so sorry about earlier. She's still looking kinda down in the dumps, Mr. E. She must have been greatly taken aback by what Mr. Tangaroa had to say. I found a photograph of the semi-final entries for you. Here, it's all yours. Whoa, Miss Con sure knows how to make a cute cake. Yes, Samsung loved her design for that one. And he loved the designs and flavors of Mr. Gusto and Mr. Frost's entries too. Only problem was, as Samsung mentioned earlier, they tasted exactly the same. However, the respective entries for the final taste not in a line alike it seems. Was there anything else of note that changed between the semi-final and the final? Nothing major, but I guess it was one thing. Mr. Gusto's son was always here with him throughout the contest, but he was nowhere to be seen during the final. Why would his son come and hang out at a contest when you of all places? You're sure you're happy for us to keep hold of this? Of course, I hope it helps you with your investigation. Oh, and I also have the book containing the recipe for the cure Samson mentioned. We've seen this book before. It was in the... oh god, I thought it was here. God damn it. It was in the chocolate frame, in Tangaroa's room. That's right. He put it... oh god damn... now I did it again with her! God fucking damn it. I think it's because both names sound with a B and my brain is not like fast enough noticing what he says. That's right, he put it on display there so that everybody could see the grand prize. What? The gear's in the ultimate cookbook? So it's not a book of the set recipes, I take it? Oh no, we told the contestants of course. But I guess nobody told you yet. So the contestants all knew what the ultimate cookbook was this whole time. Containing formulas for creating a cure for taste disorders and other chemical and pharmaceutical items. I'd like to hear more about the cookbook if you don't mind, Miss Bound. So if I understand correctly, the ultimate cookbook is actually a collection of recipes for different medicines? Exactly, or rather totally new medications that haven't made it to the market yet, to be precise. To the right buyer, a pharmaceutical company, for example, it would be worth a fortune. But why make that the grand prize in a confectionery contest? That makes no fucking sense. Mr. Tangaroa is the sole heir to the Tangaroa family fortune. Perhaps you've heard of the Tangaroa Group. The Tangaroa Group? Yeah, I think I've heard of them somewhere before. It's a major pharmaceutical corporation. Sells all kinds of pills and poisons. Oh yeah, a new Cold Killer Pro has been making some real waves since it went on sale. Phoenix Wright enters the chat very, very uncomfortably. I always reach for a cold killer when I'm feeling under the weather. How is every defense attorney just the same guy? Which is never, as far as I've seen. I'd like to hear more about the Tangaroa Group, if you don't mind. So did Mr. Tangaroa not want to take over his parents and go into the family business? No, he preferred the idea of making people's lives better through the power of confectionery. And his parents supported him in his quest to become the best in the world. Then when they passed away, he inherited the cookbook. But why would he make such a valuable heirloom a mere contest prize? He's been hounded by so many people looking to make that book their own. He was tired of it. But it would have been an insult to his parents' memory simply to give it away. So he decided to find somebody he felt was worthy of it. I bet the board of directors love that. That was sarcasm, by the way. Handing over the fruits of all their expensive research to someone else. They hated the idea, of course, which is why Delicia entered the contest. The Tangaroa Group wanted her to win the book back for them. So you knew she was a pharmacist all along? Yes, and not only that, I told her how to appeal to Sansam's taste. I tried to help her win. But why? I wanted to protect Samson by protecting the Tangaroa Group. If that cookbook fell into another company's hands, the board will never forgive him. So I wanted to find a way to keep it with the company, but in a way that Samson couldn't object to. So that's how Miss Cone managed to make it so far in a contest she had no business taking part in. But Mrs. Cone wasn't the only one pretending, was she? Mr. Frost wasn't really a confectioner either. He still made it all the way to the final, just like she did. Not bad. Yes, it's unbelievable, isn't it? Such a talented sculptor and a gifted crafter of desserts, too. Gifted indeed, judging by the standard of his work in the final. But how did one man produce pieces of that size and quality in such a short period of time? I'm not sure I have much more to tell you. But if there's anything else I can help you with, I'd be happy to, of course. She's certainly very keen to ensure that she does all that she can for Mr. Tangaroa. I could certainly use a cup of tea, of the tea you made us yesterday, if you wouldn't mind. I think that might help move the investigation along nicely. I have to do. Your tea is to die for, Miss Bound. Well, how could I possibly refuse? I'll bring it right out. You know, I think that cheer her up a little. Well, that was a short investigation. We've learned a little more about the contest participants. But there's still one question involving Mr. Gusto for which we never got an answer. Nothing at all, Mr. Gusto? You went into Mr. Frost's room, didn't you? Perhaps you could tell us why? Sure, I was. Silence! You are not to give the attorney even the tiny shred of information. What was he doing in Mr. Frost's room? And that's not all. I also have questions about the work he submitted for the semifinals. A confectioner who admits to lacking design sense and a sculpture with it in spades. Mr. Gusto could not have hoped to win such a high-level contest by himself, which is why I'm beginning to wonder if there was some sort of connection between him and Mr. Frost. Detective, I need to ask Mr. Gusto a few more questions. His story still doesn't quite add up for me. Me neither. We need to figure out how to get in touch with him. Do you now? Oh, it's you. I thought it was someone else. God damn it. Good luck with that, because I have no intention of allowing it. Mr. Von Karma? I am already in the midst of my own investigation into Gusto, so there is no need for the likes of you to pester him with the same questions again. I will, however, be happy to answer any questions you might have. It seems that's set on preventing me from talking to Mr. Gusto, in which case... Fine, then allow me to take you up on your offer. Very well, what is it? I'd like you to tell me about the connection between Mr. Gusto and Mr. Frost. God, Von Karma, you're difficult, huh? The connection between Gusto and Frost? It was simply a matter of coincidence. They both happened to be taking part in the same contest. And that's all? That's all I have to say to you. But that doesn't help us at all. We'll have to confront him with evidence if we want to draw the truth out of him. And it's imperative that we do. He's clearly hiding something. I don't think we've ever had, like, a cross-examination with this little amount of stuff. I think it's this. Sorry. Yeah, I think it's this specifically. Objection! Yeah, it is. I'm good. I wonder if you could look at the two confections in the foreground for me, Mr. Von Karma. They were made for the contest semi-finals. Both are quite exquisitely crafted, wouldn't you agree? Huh, get to the point. As the nameplate suggests, these were Mr. Gusto and Mr. Frost's entries. Mr. Gusto told us that confectionery design was far from his strong suit, and yet his work in the picture is just as good as Mr. Frost's. Exactly as good. In fact, we learned from another witness that their two entries also taste exactly the same. What are you suggesting? I am suggesting that they were helping one another out. Let's take a closer look, shall we? Well, at first glance, the two may appear to be superficially different. It soon becomes apparent that there are significant similarities in how they were put together. Yeah, like same kind of flowers, same fruit arrangement, same color usage. Like, it is literally the same materials, just slightly modeled differently. And I say slightly because outside of like the main shapes, yeah, the flowers and the fruits and everything else looks the same. They are made of the same ingredients, taste the same, and share a similar design aesthetic. This picture is proof positive that the two were working together. Huh. If you figure that much out, I suppose there's little point in denying it. Oh, really? Mr. Von Karma knew all along that they were cooperating. But I'll warn you, none of what you're about to hear will be to your advantage. Okay, what is it? Let me confirm what you seem so desperate to prove. Gusto and Frost were indeed working together. Gusto spelled out the details of his relationship to Frost during his questioning last night. It seems they were helping one another right up until the day before the final. So, you knew that the two were cooperating. Mr. Von Karma, why are you trying to bury the truth? Please, enough with the petty slander. I merely wanted to avoid you poking your nose around before I could provide proper context in court. It simply slipped my mind to explain that to you. It doesn't explain why he's being so slippery with the facts, though. I need to figure out what it is he's hiding. I can't let things end like this. The day before the final, though. Like, I wonder, because like if they were helping each other before, like until the day before the final, that would imply that like it should be fine flavor-wise, wouldn't it? Like I'm trying to think about it. Like, if Frost was still getting help, then like I feel like that's the thing here. But if I try to present it immediately, like I feel like I don't have anything to grab if I present it immediately. Like there's nothing to scratch at to justify this. Maybe if I press it first, because you never know if you have to press it or not sometimes. But why were they cooperating? Gusto's sense of design is subpar, and Frost was an amateur confectioner at best. Neither of them stood a chance of making it through the contest alone. So what was their endgame? Why cooperate only until the day before the finals? Gusto claims to have ended the scheme. Allegedly, he wanted to win the final on his own merits. His one and only goal really was to be crowned the world's best confectioner, and his pride would not allow him to do so with the help of another. Cheaters can only ever win with hollow victories, I guess. I was under the impression that their collaboration had only lasted through the semifinals. But I'm starting to think it might have lasted up until lasted up through the final itself. Mr. Von Karma, I'd like to ask you some more about how long they worked together for, if you don't mind. If you must. Gusto's sense of design is subpar and Frost was an... Okay, yeah. The two cooperated until the day before the final and decided to compete on their own merits. Wait, I think it's this one? Like... Okay. Yeah, first we're scrumptious except for the liar, so he... Okay, yeah. Objection. If they were good... Wait, really? God fucking... I'm doing it with enough finesse, shut up. No, he's laughing at me. Come on. Okay, maybe... Yeah, maybe I have to do it on here. Yeah, that makes sense, because that proves that they keep cooperating, because otherwise his sculpture wouldn't have tasted good. Objection! That was my mistake. They weren't working together in the finals. I find that a little hard to believe. Mrs. Cone is on record as having described Mr. Frost's creations as scrumptious, and while he was certainly skilled, I doubt even he could have become a world-class confectioner overnight. It seems far more likely to me that he and Mr. Gusto were still cooperating during the finals. How many times did I explain this to you? Assertions require proof, and one person's entirely subjective statement is no proof of anything. Besides, even amateurs can occasionally make delicious food. Perhaps Frost was simply lucky. My wife, for example, is an amateur whose cooking puts first-class chefs to shame. Sometimes I remember that Von Karma has like several children. And like, he's a wife guy. And I'm just like, God, what kind of woman would marry this guy? How is that not an entirely subjective statement? Yeah, it is in fact an entirely... Furthermore, you are ignoring another crucial part of the pharmacist's testimony. Namely, that she also described some of Frost's work as having been unbearably salty. In other words, your evidence actually shows that Frost failed to produce the perfect confectionery. No more objections, I take it. There must be some way I can prove that Gusto and Frost were still collaborating. Mr. E, there's something that's been on my mind. Yes, what is it, Eddie? Mr. Frost's entry for the finals, wouldn't it have taken a while to make? I would imagine so. Making flavored water, freezing it all, and then carving two whole sculptures. We really have done all that and helped Mr. Gusto with his work. You and me had to have barely gotten as far as setting the flavored water up to the freeze part. I just can't see how Mr. Frost could have pulled it off. Perhaps there's some lawyerly instinct in you after all, Eddie. Your pondering certainly points to another possibility. I do wish he stopped eating the paper. Eddie's right. Mr. Frost wouldn't have needed to freeze his own large blocks of flavor ice to create his art. And there wouldn't have been time to do that during the contest itself. So what must Mr. Frost have done in order to finish his favorite entry within the time limit? Wait, I don't think it is... Like, it could have been done on the day of the final. And technically, he's an ice statue, it melted, we know that. So he had to have started the ice part the day before the final. He must have made the flavor ice the day before. Then all we would have had to do was sculpt it. What are you muttering about? Oh, I'm sorry, I just realized something, that's all. I realized that you're correct. What? Mr. E? I hope you know what you're doing. You're just stroking his ego, that's never good. Uh-oh, accepting that defeat at last, are we? The only thing I'm accepting is that perhaps one of the things you said was true. They were helping one another right up until the day before the final. Just as you said, the day before the final really did mark the end of their collaboration. Mr. Frost's entry was carved entirely from blocks of flavor ice. Ice which would have needed at least a day to freeze, and whose flavors would therefore have already been prepared by Mr. Gusto. Yes, which lines up perfectly with what Gusto told me, that he helped Frost until the day before the final. In that case, why didn't Mr. Frost reciprocate and help Mr. Gusto in return? I can hardly be expected to read the minds of the dead. Objection. Perhaps not, but I imagine Mr. Gusto could tell us, so why don't you let us speak with him? Or do you still insist your interrogation was as thorough as you claim? How dare you call my methods into question? That's not my intention. I just don't understand why you would obstruct a perfectly valid line of inquiry. Give me one good reason as to why you're keeping Mr. Gusto from me. One good reason? Certainly. The how and why of Frost and Gusto's collaboration have absolutely no bearing on this case. Objection. How can you possibly say that with any certainty? If the relationship had broken down for some reason, that could very well have been the motive behind this murder. Could it indeed? Then why did Gusto himself tell me all about it? Why did the man you seem so keen on accusing share the details of his collaboration with the prosecution? Well, Von Karma, you are known to be a cheat and a liar and a scoundrel. Please tell me you have some proof to back up your preposterous suspicions of me. Suspicious this time. Although, also, like, you know, there's some suspicions here on Von Karma, considering. Mr. Gusto only acts suspiciously one time that we know of. And I imagine Mr. Von Karma is aware of exactly what that suspicious action was. Which means this is probably a trap. No, it's a trap. Well, cut your tongue. But even if this is a trap, I can't back down now. Mr. Augustus snuck into Mr. Frost's room, and we still don't know why. That fact alone is reason enough to suspect him. Okay, what are you gonna tell me? If that's your only concern, then allow me to clear it up for you. I knew it, it was a trap. I was saving this for the trial, because you need a taste of things to come. Plus, I hate for the proceedings to drag on because of your needless interjections. Here, take a look at this. That's Gusto and Frost and their sons. Damn. Gusto snuck into Frost's room in order to retrieve this photograph. Look at this photograph. But why? It seems their sons attended the same elementary school. Gusto was concerned that the fact of Mr. Frost and his acquaintance might place him under undue suspicion. A concern that you have just proved was entirely well-founded. Gusto's actions make perfect sense, and you have given me no reason to believe otherwise. He's never gonna let me talk to Mr. Gusto. Now, if you are quite done obstructing my investigation, I have things to be getting on with. That smells like I should yerk. Yick. Yick. I'll give him something to be getting on with. What do we do, Mr. E? Mr. Tangaroa's finished, we can't figure something out. Things to be getting on with? What exactly could those things be? Things? He doesn't do things. Yes, he does. He ruins the lives of people and takes enthusiastic walks through the woods. He has a body, a murder weapon, and a suspect in custody. If the prosecution means to pursue Mr. Tangaroa, surely they have all they need. So why is Mr. Von Karma still investigating the scene of the crime? Oh god, sorry. Something on your mind, Mr. E? We're missing something important. Mr. Von Karma has everything he needs to proceed with a prosecution of Mr. Tangaroa. And yet, he still doesn't seem entirely confident of his case. If he was, why refuse to share information with Detective Bad? And, you know, take him out of the case, basically. Who else? Haven't seen the autopsy report yet either. Guy's probably got a hand in that too. Hey, whoa! Von Karma has screwed us again. I don't like it. In addition, we still haven't solved the mystery of what happened to the evidence that went missing. Take another look at the scene in front of us, Detective. A very conspicuous pool of blood that should be here is clearly missing. As usual. I mean, it is Von Karma, that's what he's there for. You're right. Don't remember anybody mentioning that remove the blood along with the body. Evidence that turned up not in Mr. Tangaroa's room, but in a most unusual place. It's a match. The blood in the fountain is Frost's. So there were no traces of Mr. Frost's blood left in Mr. Tangaroa's room. Yet we found some in the fountain instead. Why? Thinking time. I mean, that makes the most sense. Mr. Frost's blood went missing from the crime scene. But traces of it showed up in the fountain. Why go to the trouble of removing the blood from the scene after the body had been discovered? And why only the blood? Surely the body would have been in the way. Like, it's large. Wait, could someone have moved the body aside to get to the blood? Which would explain the reason why we don't have an autopsy report. So the body might have been moved aside, or even removed from the scene of the crime entirely. After all, as far as we know, there's still no autopsy report. We've learned plenty about the murder weapon and the suspect, but very little about the body itself. Our assumption thus far has been that the body had been recovered by the forensics team. But what if that assumption is false? What if Mr. Von Karma wouldn't show Detective Bad the autopsy report out of something other than spite? What if we've been thinking about this the wrong way around all along? The question isn't why did Mr. Von Karma hold back information about the body, it's did Mr. Von Karma even have any information about the body in the first place? How do things look from that angle? Perhaps the body hadn't been removed by the police in order to carry out an autopsy. Perhaps it had already been removed and hidden away by the culprit before their arrival. Mr. E? We both heard the rumors about Mr. Von Karma's questionable methods. Fabricated witness statements, shady deals, forged evidence even. It's all true, by the way. It's gonna kill me to know that. Sure, everybody's heard of that stuff, but what's that got to do with us right now? I would never judge a person on the basis of rumors alone. I will judge him about the fact that he's gonna get me killed later. Don't worry about it. Even Mr. Von Karma, I've tried my best not to let my preconceptions color our interactions with him. Nonetheless, it appears he may indeed be willing to twist the truth to his own ends. Twist the truth? You mean he's been playing dirty? I fear he might have been, and still is. And I'm not about to let him get away with it. I'm returning to the prosecutor's office. Don't breathe a word about anything to that infernal attorney. Yes, sir! Hold it! Damn. Stop on your tracks, Von Karma. Yes, what is it now? I have a few questions, Mr. Von Karma, about a certain fact you've been keeping from us. Really? You mean to call the methods of an officially sanctioned investigation into question yet again? I'm warning you, if you obstruct the police in their work any further, there will be consequences. Objection! No. It's not the police I have an issue with, Mr. Von Karma, it's you. What? Isn't it on the prosecution to work out the real culprit of a crime, who the real culprit of a crime is? What foolishness is this? I have no intention of debating what the prosecution's role is or is not with the likes of you. But let me make one thing clear. My job is to identify suspects and ensure that every last one of them is convicted at all costs. Telling me when I say I leave absolutely no room for doubt when I present my perfect unassailable cases. Objection! And how far would you go for your perfect cases? Did you create facts out of whole cloth, perhaps? Ha! And I thought you had it done yourself already. But now you intend to accuse me of fabricating evidence. I do. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna talk to, like, the whole council people. The prosecution people. Because, yeah, I do. I am accusing you. Because it is why you've done nothing but hinder Detective Bat from doing his job at every turn. What are you talking about? You didn't shut him out of the investigation because you wanted him to keep an eye on us. You did it to stop him from fighting now that you don't have the body. What? He doesn't have the body? Ridiculous, you're clutching at straws. I will tolerate no more of your preposterous slander. Then allow us to examine it. Prove me wrong if you can. I'm afraid you'll have to try a little harder than that. I am under no obligation whatsoever to prove your baseless accusations one way or another. Objection! As you must have seen for yourself, a piece of bloodied chocolate is missing from the scene of the crime. Why did it disappear and where did it go? What does it matter? Some blood went missing from the chest where the body was found, so what? So what indeed? That's precisely my question. If the body was still at the scene when the police got here, removing the blood would accomplish nothing. However, let us suppose for a moment that the body was not. If someone had wanted to erase any trace of what had happened in that room, then it all makes perfect sense. What is this petty obsession with the blood stain? Since it's so important to you, why don't you tell me where you believe it went? Of course, after all, evidence is everything, as you never tired of telling us. I believe this should back up my theory quite nicely. The fountain. Wait. Can I have the fountain around? Oh, right here. Found in the fountain, but not at the scene of the crime.
Take that!
Traces of the victim's blood were found in the fountain. I got you. Along with traces of the chocolate from Mr. Tangaroa's room. I believe the missing piece of blood-stained chocolate was dumped into the stream that flows to the fountain, which strongly points towards one certain fact. Someone purposefully disposed of the blood after the body had been removed from the chest. Mr. Von Karma, where did you find the body? You didn't find it, did you? Answer me! You, where did you get your hands on that kind of evidence? You have neither the authority nor the means to carry out that kind of analysis on the fountain water. No, but I do. Fuck you, Von Karma, you're a pain in my ass. Curse you bad, you've been a thorn in my side from the moment you were assigned. Well, no longer. As of now, you are officially off the case. I was barely on it in the first place. You motherfucker. Mr. Von Karma, you still haven't answered my question. Will you admit it? Will you confirm that nobody was ever recovered? It's really quite the claim, you know? And one for which you'll never find any proof for, I'm afraid. What must I do to get an answer out of him? Now, if you don't mind, I have given you quite enough of my precious time already. I look forward to destroying you in court, Gregory Edward. Your precious logic and theories won't save you then. Nothing will. Mark my words, Von Karma, your methods will be your undoing. No matter how you try to hide the truth, I'll bring it all to light in the end. And then you'll kill me. And then my son's boyfriend will get my revenge. After I'm super mega dead. For like 10 years. Forgive me, detective. I didn't mean to put you in a difficult position. Don't sweat it. It was always gonna end this way. I wish I had put a bullet in that motherfucker. But sadly, that's not my job. Not right now, anyway. What? Don't worry about it. Honestly, nobody's ever sidelined me the way he did before. First time for everything, huh? You know, I think you might be right about the body being missing. I am, and I'll prove it in court. Well, if there's anything I can do to help, just say the word. Since, you know, I'm off the case now. That's very kind, and I'm sorry to keep asking favors of you, Detective Bad, but there is one more thing. Hey, what are you guys whispering about? Come on, let me in on the secret. Alright, Eddie, the detective and I were just arranging a little insurance for the trial. I think we have enough to see Mr. Tangaroa acquitted. But I prefer to have an ace in the hole, just in case. And, what is it? You'll find out in the courtroom. Wait, what? You're letting me join you? Of course I am. You're my assistant, after all. I'll be more than that by next year. I'll be a full-fledged attorney, you know? You're 17. You know how many years it takes people to prepare for the bar exam? A lot of years. I actually have like lawyers in the family. It took them like 6 years. And to be fair, like 6 years is like the minimum for most careers here. No, actually, it took her like 8 years, so 2 years more than the base amount of years. So like, that's a lot of years for a career in like lawyering. Like, even if it was like a 3-year degree, like you still need to like, you know, prepare yourself for the bar exam, hon. God. We can take on Mr. Von Karma together. Indeed. Well, I'm hoping we'll have freed Mr. Tangaroa by then. If we're up against Mr. Von Karma, I guess we can't rule out the possibility that these might take some time. Right, but we'll do everything we can in the meantime. I know you can beat Mr. Von Karma, Mystery. I believe in you. We can't allow Mr. Tangaroa to remain in prison for a crime he didn't commit. And we won't. I'll expose Mr. Von Karma's lies if it's the last thing I do. And it was in fact the last thing he did. Because he was killed then, afterwards. Because Von Karma is a motherfucker. April 2nd to 10 PM, Zodiac Hall, Fountain Room. And that's pretty much how things went down. Those are the facts of IS-7 as far as I'm concerned. Finally learning the truth about my father's lost case. So, what happened at the trial? Well, we lost. Von Karma did a real number of us. Really? You couldn't prove that Mr. Tangaroa was innocent? Oh, we could prove it alright. Had a decent little pile of evidence in our favor. Problem was, we underestimated Von Karma. He thought even did thing that we feared. I can't imagine. Secure conviction at all costs. That was always his hiding principle. Hey, yeah, ain't that the truth? Anywho, the trial dragged on and on. The whole thing took about a year in the end. I'll never forget the day the verdict came down. December 28th that following year. It's April now, so ooh, mama, we're talking over 17 years ago. I'm sure those fly, huh? December 28th. I was there that day 17 years ago, sitting in the courtroom gallery. Just before the trial got... Oh, goddammit, I thought it was Edward reminiscing again. Just before the trial got started, Gregory noticed that Samson was looking even worse than usual. Turns out the poor guy had finally reached his limit. It was so bad, even said he wanted to be found guilty. Wait, you mean they forced a confession out of him? Kid, I just told you in the backflash that they tortured the guy by not letting him sleep. What do you think? Imagine that for like a year. Just getting torture in interrogations over and over again. The poor guy went white. Like, just from the stress. God. Yeah, Von Karma got what he'd been pushing for from the very beginning. And when Gregory tried to drop the bombshell about there being nobody to speak of, he learned that Von Karma had used the power of the police to head him off at the pass. Even had himself a fake autopsy report, but that wasn't the end of it. Von Karma had gotten Samson to falsely testify against himself to being an accessory to murder in court. Combined with his confession, the poor guy's goose was well and truly cooked. He was mega cooked, you don't even know how cooked he was. But Gregory still had his days in the hole, though. The same ace he asked Detective Bat to help him with. Exactamundo, he knew he needed one last card to play if they squeezed a confession out of Samson, so he had Bat record all of Samson's interrogations. I guess Detective Bat really wanted to know the truth too, huh? We all did, but he was a trooper, straight with the case even after Von Karma took him off of it. He was tied up in some other big case too, good or bad, they don't make him like that anymore. Yeah, and he's in jail now, you know, for his crimes. Anyway, Gregory presented the recordings as proof that Samson's confession was coerced. And you know what? It almost worked. A cop named Ian Sideman got fired. Samson's interrogator and the initial detective before that, he took the fall for pretty much the whole thing. But Von Karma didn't get away scot-free. In fact, he was disciplined by the chief prosecutor. For the one and only time in his 40-year career. Still, Samson himself couldn't stomach another day in court. So when that guilty verdict came down, he didn't just signal the end of the day, but of the whole sad affair. I don't remember a lot myself, but my father's face when they declared Mr. Tangaroa guilty. I was a young child at the time, but even I could tell how much he was hurting inside. Gregory wanted to appeal the ruling, of course. He would have done anything to clear Samson's name. But then, well, you know what happened next. Poor guy, he never got a chance. Hi, traumatic memories. I should have left with him that day. I'll always blame myself for not doing that. But I shoved that aside and obsessed over something else instead. Or rather, someone else. I hated what you did. Hated you for choosing to stick with Von Karma. Fender, I'm going to point this out. Edward was a child. We do not know what his mom was or wasn't doing. Like, we don't have any point of reference for his mother. So we can just assume that Von Karma kind of like pseudo-adopted this goddamn child and just traumatized him into becoming a prosecutor. Because, like, look at how Francisca came out. Like, Edward probably had, like, once his dad died, Edward probably had, like, the worst childhood ever. Beyond the death of his father. Like, absolutely the worst childhood he could have had after losing his dad. Also, Von Karma could have his revenge, because this is just so Von Karma could be a funny haha. Like, this is a child! You can't blame a child for being emotionally manipulated by the person who takes them in. Like, it's practically grooming. It's probably a crime in some places. Like, Fender, please. Like, yeah, you can say anything you want about adult Edward, not moving on, but like, how do you expect a man who hasn't done any therapy and hasn't worked out his issues and he still thinks he's guilty for killing his dad to change? Be thankful that his boyfriend came in and fixed shit, because otherwise he would have been worse. God. I hope you can forgive me. No, you had every right to hate me. At least as an adult. As a child, it's kind of a dick move. I went on to become a prosecutor as planned, and that's when Mr. Von Karma showed me this case file. According to these records, Mr. Tangaroa was convicted as the main culprit in Mr. Frost's murder. Nope, that's not right. Samson was convicted as an accessory to murder. Strange. The file clearly states that he was the perpetrator. Plus, I'm fairly certain that all of Mr. Von Karma's cases were successfully solved. Mind if I take a peek at those? This file's been doctored. The part about the verdict has been changed. What? Here, fix your peepers on this. Suspect data. Samson Tangaroa, age 39, organizer of confectionery contacts. Christian body was found inside of one of his creations leading to his arrest. While in detention, Tangaroa discovered that he had a taste disorder which was subsequently cured via medication. Verdict: convicted as an accomplice based on his confession. Convicted as an accomplice? That's the copy of the file they have on record at the courthouse. Then why is my copy so different? Well, you said it came from Von Karma, yeah? My guess is he didn't want Gregory's son thinking there was a murderer out there still at large. And when you looking into it again before the statute of limitation was up. So everything I believed about the case was a lie. Edward, everything you believe about Von Karma was a lie. We talked about it in the first game. The guy is a piece of shit, and he killed your dad. And was probably deeply abusive to all of his children. He shouldn't have visitation rights. Like they say, we all gotta start somewhere. What's important is, do you know what's what now? Fender, I already I'm working on myself. You have my boyfriend to thank for that, but okay. The statute of limitations may have run out, but the truth's still out there, you know? I inherited Samson's case when your old man passed. Prosecution handed it off to somebody else too. The great Von Karma wasn't going to bother facing off against a rookie like me, was he? Anyway, long story short, the killer was never found, and some was found guilty instead. That's terrible. Is there really nothing we can do to help him? Not without a real perp, I'm afraid. Until then, his confession stands. Speaking of which, I didn't find out until after the verdict had been handed down, but Von Karma had threatened Samson and made him a deal. Told him if he didn't confess, he'd make sure Judy was convicted instead. How could he? Samson knew there was no way Judy could have done it, of course. But he wasn't going to take any chances. So he did what he was told and confessed to keep her safe. He cares so much about her. Now riddle me this, mousy boy. Riddle me this, Batman. Why do you think your Uncle Eddie just happened to be in the prison the day Bronco Knight died? Ah, that's right. You were there to see Mr. Tangaroa. Bingo, Judy and I promised we'd visit him every day. I didn't quite keep that promise, but Judy did. She never missed one visit in all these years. Came rain or shine, she always showed up. But none of that changes the fact that Samson still being unduly punished day after day. How heartbreaking. We got to do something, Mr. Fender. Look, kiddo, that's actually why we came here. The sculptures are back on display just like they were all those years ago. And we're going to see what we can find out, right, Melizarino? I'm a prosecutor, Fender. I don't look at these things in the same way as you or my father. Miles. Well, that doesn't matter right now. Speaking not as a prosecutor but as Miles Edward, I want to know the truth behind both of these cases, and I'm not leaving until I do. You really are old Gregory's son through and through. What was that about you having a boyfriend? It's a long story. Alrighty then! Now that that's sorted, we can really get to work. Good thing I brought the IS-7 case file and evidence with me today, huh? Here, documents first. Who doesn't love paperwork, am I right? The past in red ink are my annotations. Thank you, Fender. And here's some evidence for you. Enjoy! There's quite a few, so I'd take a minute to scoop them out if I were you. Small mountain of evidence from the IS-7 incident received from Fender. Yes, I see. I'll take a look at them in a bit. You know, our current case is just full of loose threads too, come to think of it. Indeed. The key players of that incident 18 years ago who just happened to get caught up in another incident. The ice sculptures in the Winter Wing that are perfect replicas of the ones from 18 years ago. The poison gas attack in the Autumn Wing, which has been disguised to look like the Winter Wing. Two chemicals that were found inside the Pisces statue display case, Ubicium and Asphyxion, that form a poisonous gas mixed together. The victim of the gas attack, Carmelo Gusto, who is no stranger to the events of 18 years ago, and also Larry, hi Larry, and who is still unconscious and undergoing treatment in the medical room. And finally, we come to find the body floating face down in the Wait! That's Frosted's body! Like the hair! Like, it's the same hair! So it has to be Frosted's body. And the fact that the ice sculptures have melted, just as they did all those years ago. The events of the present day would appear to be intimately linked with the events of the past, which means they may be able to help us learn more about what happened 18 years ago. Sounds good to me. Let's get investigating. Objection! Oh, for fuck's sake! Oh, now you don't. Aren't you forgetting somebody? No, we're not. I could have sworn this is my investigation. Eustace is quite right. I do hope you aren't intending to obstruct him in his duties, Mr. Edward. Yes, I am! I would hate to have to add a guilty to my report to the committee. What am I guilty of now? I wish my boyfriend was here. Of course not. I am simply offering once again to do what I can to help with this investigation. Ma'am, your offer is duly noted and duly declined. She isn't pulling any punches. The identity of the body from the fountain is currently being ascertained. It is only a matter of time until we have all the information we need. Perhaps I can help you speed that process along. I think I have an idea of who our mystery victim might be. What? Really? Then you have to tell me. It's the law. Very well. Maybe it isn't just the ice sculptures that have resurfaced after 18 years. The body in the fountain may also be a visitor from the past. Yeah, one particular visitor.
Take that!
I believe the body in the fountain is that of the man who was murdered here 18 years ago. Mr. Artie Frost. What? You're saying that was poor Chili Winks? Wait, who the heck is Chili Winks or Artie or whoever it is you're talking about? Artie Frost was a famous sculptor, Eustace, although he was better known as Paul Halik. The sculptures on display here are all of his works. No way, sounds like he did well for himself. Always good to encounter a fellow winner. Mr. Frost was also the victim of in the IS-7 incident. Judge Gabriel knows about the IS-7 incident? Mr. Edward, the IS-7 incident is an 18-year-old case. And according to the police records, the victim's body was recovered and an autopsy duly carried out. Sure, that's what the records say, but the records can't always be trusted. What are you insinuating? Well, the records say stuff like body totally recovered, and the defense back then begged to differ. Not that it stopped the prosecution from shutting them down hard, of course. Whose phone is that? Yeah, this is Wiener. What? Really? What is it, Eustace? The body! We got an ID! Some sculpture called Frost or something, so I guess Edward called it. Goodness of justice. My father's deductions were right all along. Well, Judge Gavel, I say these changes things, wouldn't you? Perhaps now you'll admit that I might be of use to this case, more than a certain junior prosecutor anyway. No fair, you're trying to spill the win. I'm doing no such thing, all I want is to uncover the truth. And if we're going to get to the bottom of what happened here, we'll need to work together. No, Edward, no! Edward, no. Edward, you, no, Edward, no, we're not working together with the child. Edward, no! Fucking damn it. We do not need to do anything, and you do not need to know the truth. This case is none of your concern.
Objection!
Whoa there, Juji! I think you might be wrong about that. Another of your interruptions, Mr. Fender. Yeah, see, I was on the defense team for IS-7, so this case is very much my concern. I was one of the pesky kids pushing the theory that the body had actually gone missing. The prosecutor at the time may have brushed us off, but you can't deny the testimony of your eyes. To put it a little more bluntly, the prosecution's case was rotten from the ground up. When there's been a miscarriage of justice caused by the prosecution, it's the committee's job to fix it now. And who better to help you unpick the mess than someone who was there at the time? Unless you have an ulterior motive. She has an ulterior motive, I knew it! I knew she had one. Judge Cabell seems to know the facts of IS-7 of the IS-7 incident in some detail, in which case I suspect she must be here on the committee's behalf. Your connection to the case is noted, Mr. Fender, but I fail to see how it concerns Mr. Edward. He's the son of the original defense attorney and the prodigy of the case's lead prosecutor. And if that's not enough for you, he was at the trial too. I think it's just possible he might have a little something to bring to the table, don't you? Very well. You may both assist in the investigation, but only if you refrain from interfering with the work of others. The winter wing is off limits for now. This room, however, is all yours. Alrighty, great to hear we're on the same wavelength, G. Why don't we bring it in? To show we're all on the side of justice. Do not test me, Mr. Fender. Your permission to investigate can be revoked at any time. Duly noted, Your Honor. Hydration. This is a ton of the books, huh, Milesy? We get to do our thing after all. Thanks to your immeasurable help as always. No sweat. Besides, I was mostly doing it for me. Okay, I'll be investigating my own thing, so just holler if you find something interesting. I will. Well, okay. Shall we? Heck yeah, let's end the investigation commence. We're still unclear on two key facts in fact. How Mr. Frost's body came to be where we found it, and the source of the ubiquium. You're right, we need some more intel. Indeed, let's focus on the ubiquium first and foremost. It's used in stuff like dish soap and paint, right? Correct, it's also bright red in color and has a distinctive minty fragrance. Okay, sounds like we know what we're looking for. Okay. Time to investigate. I hate you! I hate you! I hate you! Sorry. Oh, wait, wrong button. I wanted to check the stuff that we got. Let's see. Statute of limitation expired 3 years ago on December 24th. 3 years ago, so around the time of Ace Attorney 1. Which makes sense, considering it was the day that Gregory Edward died. Convicted of... yeah, okay. Also known as Paul Halik, under which name he was a renowned sculptor in France. God damn it, the French. Contested in the confectionery contest, body was discovered in the garage room. Cause of death was blood loss following a blow to the head. No detailed autopsy reported to the body going missing. And this picture. Okay. We have the gallery pamphlet. This is from before. We have the sketch, the poison glass ingredients. We have the ultimate cookbook, the frame finger marks, the salt lamp, delightful, and the family photo for Frost, Gusto, and their sons. God, he looks so sad. He has the face of a man who is deeply depressed. Okay, let's start investigating everything. It's a sculpture of a brave warrior battling against a serpent. Did Paul Halik make this one too, Mr. Edward? He did. It seems he was fascinated by fantasy and mythology when he was a young man. This piece embodies the tragic yet greedy determination of the young as they face an impossible situation. It's called the math test. Talk about relatable. God, that is a little too relatable. He's French, of course he's a French. I mean, we don't even know if he's French. Like, we know that he's famous in France, but Paul Halik isn't even his real name. Paul Halik is his alias. His actual name is Artie Frost, which is not a particularly French name. But he likes France, so he must be the press for liking it. The statues of a man and woman in old-timey clothes. Did Paul Halik make this as well? Yes, it seems he created them later in his life, once he had begun to make a name for himself. His wife pushed him to sculpt the two of them as ancient gods, and he couldn't say no to his beloved. The title is The Beautiful Goddess Venus and Her Humble Servant. Wow, talk about putting your goddess on a literal pedestal. Well, he's known in France, he's depressed about it. The horrors of the French. It's a man with a moon-shaped head and a woman with a sun-shaped head. The man got a real pain look in his eyes though. Is this another Paul Halik piece? Yes, from his younger years, when he was something of a dreamer. He depicted the closest to him by means of a motif taken from nature. This piece is titled My Parents. Guess that mom shone brighter in the house. Oh, okay. This is the same. Okay, this is a repeat of the other one. Fair. Miss Van's tea set is laid out neatly on that serving cart. The pamphlet says the gallery is famous for its tea. Understandably so, the cup we were given was delicious. Looks like all of this stuff was designed by Mr. Frost. Interesting. In that case, I think we'd better take a closer look. A caddy containing Ceylon tea leaves. The well-crafted tin canister designed to prevent moisture and sunlight from damaging its contents. Not a bad thing to use, considering the quality of the blend Miss Vaughn serves. The tablecloth wrap over the cart is pure white and completely spotless. And it's just waiting for me to grab it by the edge, clear my mind, and whoosh! Okay? I cannot stress enough how bad of an idea that would be. Ah, come on, what's the worst that can happen? Even if it does go sideways, we'll just wind up with a gold tea-colored tie-dye. Yes, well, I'd rather it remain white. Plus, I don't think Miss Brown would appreciate us meddling with it. Really, but there are so many other colors that would totally work. Pink, sky blue, tea leaves brown. So this dishware was made by Artifrost. Oh goddammit, I thought it was K. It looks very fancy. Oh, it is. I'm willing to bet that this set can fetch something in the thousands of dollars. So let's try not to touch any of it unless we absolutely have to. Wow! This stuff really is really worth that much? Stop it, Kay. I can see your eyes lighting up. Miss Vaughn must really be a fan of Mr. Frost's, like Fender said, to still have this. Hey, Edgy! What is it? You be careful with that teapot, you hear? Why is Larry so concerned all of a sudden? Honor guests? I can pour you a cup if you like. Miss Vaughn. Judy! I'm good, thanks. No tea for me. You do knock yourselves out. Thank you for the offer. Yes, why not? A quick break won't hurt. 2 cups coming right up. This smells great! Wow, it tastes even better than it smells! What type of tea is this, Mr. Edward? It's Ceylon, I believe. It's usually identifiable by its citrus aroma, but... Miss Vaughn, is this the same blend you served this morning? Why, yes. Is it alright? There isn't anything wrong with it, is there? Oh, no, not at all. It's just that the cup you gave me earlier had a slightly different aroma. Really? That's odd. I use the exact same blend both times. I can't see what could account for the difference. Let me guess. It's ubiquitous. Hey, what's the big idea? Quit being mean about Judy's tea, will you? What's going under your skin, Larry? Nothing! You're just rude, that's all. You don't even try to call me by the right name. It's Loris Deoxym, dang it! You know what? I'm not talking to you anymore. Well, that was childish even for him. Wow, what happened there? Let's ask him about it later, shall we? Talking to Miss Vaughn is more of a priority right now. We may not have any evidence to prove that she's a culprit, but it does seem likely that the poison gas was her doing. From the color and aroma, I'd say this is a bottle of spill tea. Oh look, there's a small chunk of ceramic in it. Welp? That's curious. I guess somebody must have broke something. I know that insignia. In a certain high storm, somebody just might know a little something too. Why is there a lift car just sitting here out in the open? Guess somebody must have been moving something heavy. The top of the platform seems to be wet. You know, I got a funny feeling I've seen this thing somewhere before. You mean like 18 years ago? Yeah, it's all coming back to me now. I last saw it in Frost's room. They must have used it to move the ice sculptures around. It's one of those fancy numbers where you can change not only the platform's height, but even its angle. If you had one of these, you could move giant lumps of ice around no sweat. Well, thank you for that information. Just think of the possibilities. I could really use one of these. Still doesn't explain what's doing here, though. A bit of a head scratcher. But we should give it a think, yeah? Indeed, after all, it just might have something to do with our case. It's a selection of trophies won by Paul Halik, or Brother Archie Frost. Evidently, he was a very well-respected artist. Well, you've got one too, Mr. Edward. So it's about time I won one. Two. I won one too. I still have to find some thieving contest to enter. Or you could set something up, something with a nice ceremony at the end and all that. Yes, followed by a swift round of arrests. Okay, that's prices. Okay, who do I want to talk to first? Let's start with the police. But Mr. Winter was very clear that you're only allowed to investigate this room. So I'm afraid I can't let you pass. Sorry, sir. It wouldn't make much difference if you did, officer. You're standing in front of a wall. Oh, but we all know a few breaks won't stop you, Mr. Miles Edwards, sir. Wow, he actually sounds kinda scared of you. Here's what kind of reputation do I have done 100%? Alright, the fountain, I forgot to check that. It seems the police have already removed the body. But why did the body of a victim from 18 years ago turn up in this fountain? Why wasn't it all rotten and stuff? Did it slowly shuffle its way here? Did I remind you that zombies aren't real? It seems likely that the body was preserved somehow. Really, is that even possible? Hey, Mr. Forensics guy, anything to report? Yes, ma'am! Traces of body vacuum and asphyxiation have been detected in the fountain. I'm gonna say they were probably carried right here by the stream from the auto wing. In addition to those two chemicals, there's also a large amount of sugar. The composition of the sugar is being analyzed as we speak. The sugar in the fountain? Where would it even have come from? Excellent question, Edward. I want to check something. The letters say PH, right, Mr. Edward? Yes, I show that the teapot was made by Paul Halik. Those are his initials, obviously. Right, but I thought his real name was Artie Frost. It was, thereby making this a piece by the victim of the IS-7 incident as well. But his work seemed to be everywhere here in Zodiac Hall. And the piece of ceramic seems to be around the same color too. Wait, haven't we seen this letter before? This is a mark of the sculpture of Paul Halik, I believe. But how did a chunk of ceramic end up in the middle of a puddle of tea anyway? It's just a hunch, but one suspect quickly comes to mind. Well, ma'am, let's talk to you first. Where were you before you rejoined us here, Miss Vaughn? I had to go until our visitors were closed. Oh, and hand out a little something in apology. Was there something you wanted to talk to me about? Yes, a few things actually. Not least of all, the fact that I think you might be the one who set the poison gas trap. The original ice sculptures melted 18 years ago, correct? How did you manage to recreate them? Oh, you know about what happened back then. In that case, you might also know I took pictures of them during the contest. I commissioned the creation of a set of replicas based on those photographs from this current exhibit. But why go through the trouble of creating replicas? Mr. Frost saw the exteriors was his great unfinished masterwork. I wanted to see it completed at last. Or rather, recompleted. It was my fault that the original set melted in the first place, after all. I see. And is there any particular reason why the winter and autumn wings look so similar? Oh my, you really think they look alike? Perhaps I used some of the decorations for one in the other by accident. She's clearly lying. But I don't have the evidence to prove it just yet. Nah, I don't think I can present anything that would serve any purpose. I think I'm gonna have to talk to Larry first. God fucking damn it. I'm going to give this simple, Larry. You're hiding something, so just tell me what it is. Whoa, quit it with the glare of you two, it's weird. Ah, come on, Kay, you know me better than that. I wasn't staring, I was struck by an idea for a picture. Now, Edgy, he was glaring. Yes, and I'll keep glaring at you until you tell us what it is you're hiding. Granted, I already told you I'm not talking to you anymore. You're talking to me right now. I mean, from now on. I'm not talking to you ever again, starting now. This is getting me nowhere. I suppose I'll have to figure out what he's hiding first, because before I can get the whole truth out of him. Come on, Larry, what are you hiding? Not saying. Look, you two, this is no time for kids' games. Well, I certainly wasn't playing. It's pretty clear Loris isn't going to talk to you. Oh, he'll talk. Don't you worry about that. I need to know what Larry's hiding, and I think I might have an idea what it is. Perhaps presenting him with the right piece of evidence will force him to come clean. Larry, did you break a ceramic piece? Would you mind taking a look at this for me, Larry? Why would you show me that? Yeah, why would you show me that? Tell me, what is it about Miss Bouncy said that got you so agitated? If you won't tell me, then perhaps you'd prefer to explain it to Judge Gavel. Wait, that made me look bad in front of Verity. She thinks I'm a sensible, clean-cut guy. I don't want her to see the real me, the real low-down dirty me. I'm not so sure anybody here thinks you're particularly clean-cut, Larry. But if you don't want her to think badly of you, then best thing you can do is talk to me. Right, I'll talk, I talk. Alright, Larry, enough is enough, now confess. Is this any way to treat your best friend, Edgy? Is this any way for you to treat yours? By lying to him, hiding things? Also, why are you my best friends? I have a boyfriend. Well, yeah, he's your boyfriend, that's why I'm your best friend. You can't fault him for that logic. But damn it, I can't fault him for that logic. You're right. I get the picture already, so stop glaring at me like that. I'll tell you everything, okay? Earlier, I thought Verity might like a cup of tea, so I went to pour one for her. But I got distracted and my hand slipped and smashed. I broke the teapot, a priceless work of art. It's in pieces because of me. No words exist to describe how far away I saw this coming from. Ouch! You really messed up this time, Loris. See, actually, everyone's going to think less of me now. Judy's never going to forgive me for this. Crying to me won't do you any good. I think you need to apologize to Miss Bound. My teapot! I see. I'm sorry, Judy. I'm so sorry. I don't have any money, but I'll paint your portrait. I'll pay you 50 portraits. Please, Mr. Duxname. It's really me who should be apologizing. How could I have failed to notice that there were broken pieces of ceramics on the floor? Somebody could have been hurt. Here, let me make sure that's safely disposed of. The teapot in question was designed by Arctic Frost, correct? I understand it was something you've long treasured. You must be upset. Oh, I am. But of course, all things break eventually. And as luck would have it, I have another identical teapot. It's far from the end of the world. Is she less attached to Mr. Frost's work than she used to be? I can't believe this, Judy. You're the sweetest, the kindest. Ah. So the teapot you're talking about is the one sitting on top of the car right now, right? What do you mean? Yeah, so when I smashed the first one, I tried to hide the pieces on the bottom of the cart, and that's when I saw that the other pot, I saw the other pot on there, so I took it and I took it out and basically switched the two pots. Oh, I see. Yep, and that's everything I have to tell you. I'll be extra careful not to break the other one, I promise. You have no shame whatsoever, do you? I'm sorry. It's really quite alright. Thank you for being so honest. Yeah, she isn't Judy the absolute best. I trust you won't take advantage of her kindness and will make amends somehow. I sure will. Once I make it as an artist, I'm going to give her one of my paintings. He was one of my models after I leave. At this rate, I suspect he's likely to make more trouble than amends. Do you think it would be better for you to keep out of her way for a long while? A very long while even? An extremely very long while? Oh, but I will be keeping out of her way, because I sketched her and the others already. Her and the others? Keen to see my work, huh? Yeah, I drew a few great sketches of some ravishing beauties, wanna see? Interested in Laurie's ravishing beauties, huh, Mr. Edward? I'm afraid you've greatly misjudged, Kay. I'm gay. I've been talking about my boyfriend all this goddamn time. I simply wish to see if Larry has captured any unusual details this time too. Unusual details? Nothing unusual about these. They're my best work yet. Really? Now I want to see them too. Aw, you're a sweet Kay. Alright, let me dig them out for you. Give me a sec, okay? I suppose we might as well take a look. So, these sketches of yours. Seriously, Ed, if you wanted to check out my art, you should have just said so from the get-go. Here, feast your eyes on this. What am I looking at here? I told you already, ravishing beauties! I mean... I was trying to ignore how detailed Gabriel's teeth are, but you can't ignore it, can you? Like, they really just drew the teeth really obviously there. Just a few of the fair faces that have caught my eyes since I've been here, you know? There's Rarity and Judy, someone else. Why do you draw them all on the same page? Well, I meant to draw the room at first, there's something to pass the time. And then I saw one beauty and another, and well, I just scribbled them all down as I went. It's a sketch, you know? So, these were all drawn at different times. Huh? Yeah, I guess. I did one of you too, Kay! You're on a different page, though. Wow, you did? I'm flattered! How true to life are these sketches? You only draw what you actually saw. Of course, you think I draw things I can't see, like using my imagination? No, but these are 100% true to life, right down to the exact shade of each color. So the colors are accurate. Interesting. Much as it pains me to admit it, Larry may have provided me with a useful piece of evidence yet again. The serving car in the sketch, for example. If I compare it to the one here in the room, there's a clear contradiction between the two. I think a little deduction is in order. Could I borrow this page for a while, Larry? Sure thing! You want me to sign it for you? Just the page, please. Oh, ma'am? Hello there, dearie. Still investigating now, where are you? Find anything interesting? No, dearie. Well, nothing much anyway. Silly girl, that wasn't a dearie moment, that was more of a lambkin. Sweetheart is for when you're being sympathetic, of course, and treasure is for when you're in a when they're in a thief. Love is for people you're not that keen on, and petal you use when you're trying to get someone's attention. Wow, I didn't realize there were so many rules. Mr. Edward, petal, I hope you're getting all this down. Don't even try it, Kay. Oh, dearie me. It is true, you use love when it's kind of like, hon. Come on. Oh, love, you really shouldn't be doing that. You know, it's that kind of vibe. And then is this evidence? Larry, could I ask you something about the sketches? Fascinated by the work of great Larry Zuxnim, huh? Is the composition right? Not exactly. This light blue tablecloth. You painted it exactly as you saw it, correct? I already told you! Everything is exactly as I saw it! But the tablecloth on the card in this room is white. Whoa. Yeah? Your head's so full of crazy theories, the simple stuff just passes you right by, huh? Yeah, what's that look for? Listen, just before I drew the sketch, I was in the middle of some business with the card with the tea ceremony, okay? What kind of business? That's right, it was the hiding the pieces of the teapot I smashed kind. That's nothing to boast about. Anyway, I was still in the middle of cleaning it all up when Judy came out of the winter wing. I didn't want to get busted for breaking the pot, so I quickly dove out of sight. Wait, Miss Vaughn came out of the winter wing? Yeah, she was pushing a cart. A different one? That's the one with the light blue tablecloth on it that I drew. And what did she do with the second serving cart? Well, I saw her wheel it into the summer wing, but I don't know what happened to it after that. When she came back out, she was pushing one of those other carts, the kind you can lift stuff with. A lift cart? Yeah, so I called out to her, but she just ran off and left it behind. Never had her down as a shy type, but it just goes to show you never know. Another serving cart, and a lift cart. Is there maybe another tea set too? We'd better check with Miss Brown. I know what you're doing, woman. I know what you're doing. Okay, I'm gonna be honest. I think what happened, and this is just me speculating. I think that what happened is that Gusto was the one who killed Frost. And if she still cares that much about Tangaroa, the reason why this happened was because her intention was to kill Gusto for what he did to him. Considering how she acted before. In the flashbacks. Are there two serving cars here at the gallery, Miss Brown? Oh, yes, why do you ask? A certain so-called artist showed us this sketch. I couldn't help but notice the color of the tablecloth. It's light blue. Light blue? I'm afraid your friend must be mistaken. I honestly use white tablecloths, freshly laundered and starched. Like the perfect wrinkle-free on one, like the perfect wrinkle-free one on the card here in the fountain room, right? Exactly. If I saw so much as a blemish, I would replace it right away. Could the color of the tablecloth in the sketch simply be a mistake on Larry's part? Do you have any idea what you might have been doing when the sketch was drawn? Let me see. I appear to be carrying out my usual duties. I'd like to ask you a little more about these duties, if you may. What exactly were you doing when the sketch was drawn? Because, from what I can see, your card doesn't have a tea set on it. I was delivering some chocolates to the investigating officers. Ah, now I'm jealous. I love chocolate. Chocolate. Well, there were a few left over, so here, for you both. I made them myself. I hope you like them. Whoa! Hee thanks, Miss Brown. Well, why not? A little melted, but I suppose that's because they've been sitting around in her pocket. They're super sweet. I love them. I'm glad to hear it. It may not be the prettiest, but I'm grateful for the energy boost nonetheless. Perhaps I could do with a little less sugar. I suspect the difference in aroma we notice is due to the teapots having been switched. You do? I can't see what else it could have been. The tea itself hadn't changed. Why don't we ask Miss Bound, just to be sure? Miss Bound, the difference in aroma we noticed, do you think it could have been because of the different teapot? I suppose so. My cup just now had a subtle minty scent, rather like uva tea. Oh, I just remember, I made some peppermint tea in that pot only yesterday. That must be where the minty aroma is coming from. Could that really be it? No. No, it couldn't. The tea from the teapot Larry switching from under the cart smell faintly of mint. Right, Miss Bound says she used that pot to make peppermint tea yesterday. Yes, but there's something else that's been troubling me. Miss Bound seemed more taken aback by the switching of the teapots than the breaking of one. You're right, you expect it to be the other way around. As expected, she might have been deliberately hiding the teapot underneath the cart. But why? One of Ubiquium's key characteristics is its minty fragrance. So what if she had been hiding in that teapot? What? In the teapot? It's simply a possibility, but one worth investigating, I believe. Mr. Winner, any look finding that Ubiquium? Huh? Oh! My people are searching the entire gallery, but they haven't found anything yet. And what about you? Don't tell me you know where it came from. I may have an idea. Ha! I knew it! If you can't find him, there's no chance I use it. What? You do know where it came from? Yes. Where? Miss Mount's teapot. Wow! Nice piece! I like it. Yeah, this looks like a fitting price for a natural-born winner. It's not a prize, it's a vital piece of evidence! Oh, it's just evidence. Then I'll have one of the forensic people check it out. Mr. Edward, is there some sort of problem with my teapot? Possibly. The minty fragrance we notice coming from it. I think it just might be the scent of one of the chemicals used to make the poison gas. But Mr. Edward, surely you don't think I had anything to do with that? I'm afraid I do. The method used to create the gas would have required considerable preparation. Nobody would have had the time or the opportunity to set that up except you. That's not strictly true. It took around a week to get Zodiac Hall ready for the exhibition. There were all kinds of people coming and going through here during that time. Delicious for everyone. So you see, I'm not the only person who could have set it up at all. Miss Cone is on our radar too, of course. You needn't worry about that. And besides, I wouldn't know the first thing about making poison gas. So even if you did find some Ubiquium in my teapot, I wouldn't have had any idea what to do with it. But I suppose we should see what the test results say first. Miss Bound claims she doesn't know the first thing about making poison gas. I need to find a way to prove that she's lying. Edward speaking. Sir, it's me! Is everything alright, Detective? Everybody's left the winter wing. It's just me in here now. Which means I can tell you what we found. You really shouldn't be sharing information about the investigation. But after the past week or so, I'm not about to stop him now. The exhibits in here have all completely melted. All that's left in the display cases is some stuff at the bottom. More of it in the Taurus case than in the Gemini case, so... describe this stuff for me if you can. Yes, sir! It's like a pale blue liquid. I had the lab Robinson test just now. The sample from the Taurus case just had a bunch of sugar in it. But the one from the Gemini case had 3 different substances in it. Which were... sugar, salt, and blood. Blood? What are salt and blood doing in the Gemini's case sample? Can't imagine whose blood it could possibly be, but I'll get it tested right away, sir. Please do, Detective. Oh, I also spoke over the radio with the forensics guy working the fountain room. He said he just got word that the sugar they found in the fountain matches the sugar in the pale blue liquid. I see. That might well prove to be a significant development. Well, that's useful. Anything else to report, Detective? Yes, sir! We found one of those light-emitting devices here in the winter wing, too. There were a few of those being used in the autumn wing to disguise it as a winter wing, as I recall. It seems that the equipment from 19 years ago is more than just for show. I need to talk to Miss Scott about this. Anyhow, I better get back to it. I'll let you know as soon as we hear from the lab about the blood. Yes, thank you, Detective. What's that, Gabby? Seemed like he had a lot to say. He did, and all of it very useful. If I'm going to prove that Miss Bounds' claims about who could have set up the poison gas trap are false, I need to talk to a certain somebody else who was here 18 years ago. My brother in Christ? But first, I'm gonna get myself some coffee and use the opportunity to blow my nose because it's very stuffy for some wonderful reason. So, I'll be right back in a sec. Alrighty, I'm back. With my stomach extremely, like, twisted. The reheated meat. You know that smell of reheated meat? Like, not all meat does this when it gets reheated. Like, barbecue meat. Like, you ever reheated barbecue meat, like, on a microwave? Like, that smell, it fucks me up, dude. I don't know why it is. It just smells terrible to me, personally. Hey there, Milesarina, what's the situation with the investigation? Things are, progressing. I think a fuller picture of what happened is beginning to emerge. Good to hear. I guess I better step up my game too, then. This case seems to have a lot in common with the incident from 18 years ago. And how? It got the lot! Melting statues in the Winter Wing, and even the murder victim's body. But how did nobody ever figure out that the body had gone missing? Ross had no family apart from his son. And well, the kid kind of vanished. Nobody's seen him since around the time of the incident. Just a son to him and his best pal from school both juiced up and disappeared. What? And they were never found? Just as boy wasn't, not as far as I heard anyhow. Guess Frost's kids turned up in the end though. He collected his inheritance at some point. But yeah, with no family around, just after the incident, Frost got no funeral, no nothing. So no need for the police to release the body, and no need for anybody to find out they didn't have it. They filed a fake autopsy report and nobody was any wiser. Well, almost nobody. I still can't believe Mr. Von Karma would have stooped so low. Edward, he killed your dad! Of course he stooped so low. He stooped low enough to kill a person! Like, remember that part? Remember the part where he killed your dad? Edward, please! Tell me, Fender, what kind of person is Miss Bound? Huh? Wait a minute. Don't tell me you got a thing for her, Milester. I do not. I have a boyfriend. I mentioned this several times before. Chill, I'm just yanking your chain. Also, are you sure you have a boyfriend? Because I believe it if you told me it was one of those Canadian boyfriends. You know, the ones that don't exist. God fucking damn it. He's real. Shut up. Anyway, what can I say about Judes? Well, she's a real brave trooper for one. What else do you call someone who waits around for 18 whole years like she has for Samson? Even after his extended family kicked her out of this place. What? They threw her out? Yep, Jess wasn't technically part of the family, so there was nothing she could do. She had nothing, nobody, and no job after Samson took the fall. So she had no choice but to take what he taught her and make her own way in showbiz. She's retired from all that now, though. Yes, why did she retire? She finally made enough to buy the old place back. She even got the ultimate cookbook back from the Tangaroa group after they basically stole it. Because this place and everything to do with it was all she ever cared about. So she just wanted it back. All of it. Fender seems very sympathetic to Miss Bounce's plight. But from a less charitable perspective, she has, in a way, taken everything of Mr. Tangaroa's for herself. I wonder... I think I get it. This is it, huh? The key to unraveling this whole mystery? Yes, perhaps. Great, you keep hold of it then, yeah? Quickly now, back in your pocket it goes. I guess he doesn't think much of it. God damn it. I guess we're gonna have to talk to you then. Miss Cone, I'd like to ask you a few questions if I may. Of course, Eerie, fire away. Anything for you, Milesy, and your sweet little tooth decay. I'd appreciate it if that was the last time you called me Milesy. I'm not a fan of tooth decay either. Well, you'll just have to like it or lump it. I can't change a nickname once I've settled on it. Well, I guess we tried. What can you tell us about the various devices used to decorate the gallery exhibits? There seem to be some pretty specialized items in use, like the emitting devices, luminous fabrics. Oh, I can tell you all about those, dearie. After all, I'm the one who held them to Muddy Judy. It was my way of saying sorry after I broke the rules all those years ago. I bought her 4 lovely new sun lamps and gave her the 4 pieces of luminous cloth I used for the contest. Wow, that's super generous of you. Well, us girls have to do our best, don't we? Not everybody understands, of course. That better not be a dig at me, Delish. I told you how kind I thought that was. Yes, back when you were a dear, sweet, innocent baby boy. What happened to you, huh? A dear, sweet, innocent baby boy? Mr. Fender? Can't quite picture that, I have to say. So these decorations, they're all the same as the ones you saw 18 years ago, correct? That's... Are they even up to code? Yep, salt lamps, glowing fabric, like the meeting doodads, the whole bit. There were 4 luminous cloths in use in the autumn wing, but I'm sure I saw another one somewhere. I'm not lying, it's in my bag somewhere, I'm sure of it. What is she looking for? That's not it. Ah, that's not it. That cloth looks familiar. Maybe I should shock her memory with something so Miss Cone will tell us more. But first, I need to talk to her. Miss Cone, you're something of a specialist. How might someone learn to make the poison gas that was used in the attack, Any ideas? Well, any pharmacist who's ever handled infesticide ultra would know for a start. After all, it says it right on the label. Do not mix with products containing Ubiquium, ever. But what about a layperson? It's unlikely they know, wouldn't you say? I suppose so, yes. Well, not unless they had a nose through the ultimate cookbook anyway. The prize from the contest 18 years ago. The recipe for making Infesticide Ultra along with that not mixing Ubiquium bit isn't there, you know? So you're familiar with the contents of the book? Oh yes, dear, I know it inside out. Because I work for the Tangaroa group, you see. We're the company behind Cold Killer X. I'm sure you've heard of it. Cold Killer X fights back sniffles and sneezes with ease, apparently, according to my boyfriend. Happy Sammy Purple Fast found guilty the company took custody of the book. They only grant their most trusted people access to it, of course. Which means Miss Cone is one of these elites, I suppose. You had a piece of fabric like this in your bag, did you not, Miss Cone? Albeit a somewhat grimier one. Grimy? How rude! You won't get people to cooperate with your little investigation like that, young man. Shall I call it a dish towel then? Perhaps you use it to wipe up some sort of spillage? That spillage, he says. The cheek. That's a piece of highly specialized luminous cloth. Oh, I probably should have told you that. I think I'd like to know a little more about this highly specialized luminous cloth, if you don't mind. Why didn't you want me to know you had a piece of luminous cloth in your bag? Oh, well, I suppose there's no point in hiding it now, is there? If you must know, I fished it out of the fountain. It was right before they called me into the autumn wing. So Larry's sketch of Miss Connie's of when she was trying to retrieve the cloth. At first I thought it was one of the ones I'd given Muddy Judy. One of the 4 you'd given to the gallery, correct? Exactly, but all 4 were being used in the autumn wing, weren't they? So I realized it must be the one that went missing all those years ago. I'd already had my Infesticide Ultra pinched and used to make poison gas. If one of my clothes turned out to have been used in some sort of dastardly deed too, well, I was going to look guilty as sin, wasn't I? So I kept it hidden in my bag and hoped for the best. I see. Oh, it does feel good to get it off my chest, though. Stress is not good for the complexion. So the clothes that disappeared 18 years ago, the one that the victim was wrapped in, just happens to reappear in the fountain at the same time as the body. They froze the body and put it in the fountain. Like, it makes sense. I mean, maybe. We'll see. Hey. The body's been taken back to the lab, sir. Autopsy's underway. And how's the rest of the fountain looking? Rather beautiful, actually, sir. The water's crystal clear and kind of soothing. Almost as if there wasn't a body floating in it now so long ago. Actually, maybe. Maybe. Okay, yeah, it worked. I thought it wouldn't. The ultimate cook will contain instructions on how to create a poison gas, and the current owner of that book is none other than Miss Judy Bound. No way, you mean? I'm afraid I do. Miss Bound would have been perfectly capable of setting up the gas trap. Finally, we can prove that she's been lying to us. Investigation complete. Now we're free to accuse people of crimes. And that's that. All that's left now is to wait the results of the test on the teapot. God dang it! I wanted to accuse people of crimes. Delicious coffee. Oh, cut them. Like, I'm assuming that's what happened. Like, as far as, like, the original case goes, like, Gusto is the most likely person to have killed Frost and, you know, find a way to, dispose of the body by freezing it somewhere. Because, like, that would make sense. Like, he even was in the room. Like, when we entered, which, like, what's he permitted to enter Tangaroa's room? So, he kills Frost, he, hides the body, you know, as you do when you kill someone, and the body has to be frozen for it to maintain, like, its shape and current, like, state, like, for it to be fresh, rather, and Judy basically just did this entire thing as revenge for Tangaroa. Like, that would make sense. Although it does not explain why they would, like, A, why Scone is related to these. First and foremost. And second, and this is the thing that gets me, like, if the plan was to kill Gusto out of, like, you know, revenge, shouldn't they have been more careful with the poison gas or use something slightly less obvious? Because that's the thing that kind of gets me. Like, it's not a, like, foolproof plan. He can actually leave the room to, like, escape. So what's the big idea? Like, what's the end result? Like, April 2nd, 2:33 p.m. Zodiac Hall, Fountain Room. The test results have come in, sir. Traces of Ubiquium were found in the teapot. They were? Just like Mr. Edwards said. Cause you better not think this means you beat me. You really need to drop this obsession with coming in first, Mr. Winner. I hate to break this to you, but coming in first does not make you a good lover. We're all on the same side here, remember? We're all trying to get to the truth. What? But first it's best! Everyone knows it's better to be a winner than a loser! That's really no way for a prosecutor to think. Not a successful one anyway. Even Bon Karma wasn't this pathetic.
But I...
Enough. Mr. Edward, please refrain from taunting the boy. I'm not even taunting him. I'm being a reasonable adult. Ignore him, Eustace. He isn't worthy of your attention.
But Gabriel! Oh, alright.
Why don't I take care of things here for now? In the meantime, you can perform the far more important task of going and checking on the victim.
Yeah, a good idea. I'll be right back.
Excellent. We shall see you shortly then. Mr. Winner's annoying but totally harmless. Judge Cavell, on the other hand. Now, Miss Vaughn, perhaps you could explain why traces of opium were found in your teapot. I had no idea there was anything like that in there. Perhaps it's one of the ingredients in the dishwashing soap I use. So you're telling the court that you did not intentionally put opium in the teapot? Yes, exactly. Why would I? Until today I had no idea that it would be used to make poison gas. Objection! You're a trained actress, are you not, Miss Vaughn? I'd have thought you would be a more convincing liar. What do you mean? You have access to the Ultimate Cookbook, correct? A book that just happens to contain instructions on how to create the poison gas used in the attack. Meaning it's perfectly possible for you to know exactly how to make it. You're very well informed, Mr. Edward. Miss Vaughn, is what Mr. Edward said true? The book does contain information on how to make the poison gas, yes. But the fact that I have seen it doesn't make me guilty. Can I ask exactly how the gas was triggered? The victim used a blowtorch to heat the lid of one of the display cases, thereby melting the vacuum. I see. But he locked himself in the room too, didn't he? Surely that and the fact that he triggered it himself. Wouldn't it point it to it being a suicide attempt? So she's not willing to admit to anything. Furthermore, where would I have gotten hold of the infesticide ultra? Oh, I don't know. Perhaps you stole it?
You know, I did bump into Moody Judy a week or so ago. And that very evening I noticed my infesticide ultra had gone missing. Judy, surely you didn't.
Lisha, you carry your bag of pharmaceuticals with you everywhere, don't you? There would have been a number of opportunities for someone other than myself to steal it from you. That's true, and I don't have any hard evidence that it was definitely Miss Vaughn who stole it. Judes, that's clearly something you're not telling us. Why don't you just come clean, We all know you never hurt somebody for no reason, so... Not you too. You think I'm guilty as well, Mr. Fender? Can you blame me? We got one wing disguised as another, a gas trap in one of the display cases, and you're the proprietor of the establishment. It looks a lot like you did it, kiddo. You got this all wrong. You have to remember, the gallery doesn't have any security cameras, nor any security personnel. If some ill-intentioned person or other wanted to get in undetected, I don't think they'd have much of a problem. Wow, you're practically asking to be burglarized. You need to be more careful. A great thief could have a field day here. And I don't think she's joking. And actually, it seems that Mr. Gusto did in fact enter the gallery before it opened. Sheesh. It is one tough cookie. She's not budging an inch. Maybe it's time to rock a little technique Gregory taught me back in the day. And what technique might that be? So hear me out. Everything's connected to what happened 18 years back, yeah? And since we're not getting anywhere by focusing only on the here and now, maybe we ought to approach this from a different angle and look to the past for clues instead. I don't know what I'm thinking. So my father used this method as well. I love that this is just literally what Phoenix does. And Edward is literally just like... Edward really just is dating a guy who reminds him of his dad without noticing. It's hilarious. Alright, let's run this through the old Thinkatron. How was just involved in what happened back then? According to Miss Bound, it was because of her that Mr. Frost's favorite ice statues melted, and yet his sculptures are here on display at this very gallery today. Is it possible that she... Thank you, Fender. I think I know what I need to ask Miss Bound now. Don't tell me. Take your pops! I blew my nose for a second. Now, take it away, Malsey. I'll grab the popcorn. It's gonna be salty popcorn, by the way. With butter. Do you want some? No? Okay. Miss Vaughn, you say that you were the one who caused Mr. Frost's creations to melt 18 years ago, correct? I'm afraid so. I was young and foolish, and it was a terrible accident. And yet, what you did allowed you to open this exhibit, no? What do you mean? Yes, what do you mean, Mr. Edward? If you are going to ask such questions, perhaps a formal testimony from Miss Bound might be best. Yes, perhaps it might. I'd like to know a little more about Zodiac Hall, and about why Miss Bound decided to dedicate this space to Mr. Frost's works. Very well. If you believe it to be relevant to the case, I will allow it. Miss Bound, would you mind? Not at all. I'll do whatever it takes to prove that I'm innocent. Then please, if you could give us some background on Zodiac Hall and the pieces on display here. Okay then. It took 18 years, but at long last I was finally able to buy Samson's home back a little while ago. But a place like this is expensive to maintain, so I decided to turn it into an art gallery. To that end, I collected as many Paul Halleck pieces as I could from around the world. Because if I'm honest, it's always been something of a dream of mine to open a space dedicated to his work. Thank you for your testimony, Miss Vaughn. How wonderful it is that you were able to fulfill your dream. Well, Mr. Edward, everything seems entirely above board to me. Judge Gavel, that was simply the witness's preliminary statement. As you surely know, the value of the testimony cannot be evaluated without a due cross-examination. Spoken like a true attorney. Very well. You may do what you must. This is interesting.
Hold it!
You manage the gallery by yourself, Miss Vaughn. Yes, well, we only opened today, so I haven't done much actual managing yet, but I have to keep the mansion going. Can't have it falling down around my ears. Samson could come home any day, after all. So she really got the house back for him. I'm so sorry, Judy. I wish I could have done more. Oh, you've done plenty, Mr. Fender. If anyone should have done more, it's me. Even if the only thing I can do right now is to keep this place safe for Samson. Okay.
Hold it!
Paul Halleck. That was Mr. Frost's pseudonym, correct? Yes, he adopted it while he was working as a sculptor in France for some reason. Not the sculpting part, the part where he was in France. That sounds horrifying. I see. I'm curious about some of the pieces in your collection. More specifically, how you were able to acquire the Taurus and Gemini sculptures. It was my understanding that Mr. Frost died before he could complete them. Yes, I was able to create replicas for the Winter Wing based on photos of the sculptures he made. Really? Perhaps you could go into more detail on that. Because, if I'm honest, it's all what— okay, that's it, same as before. I was able to create replicas for the Winter Wing based on photos of the sculptures he made. See, here's the deal. These are supposed to just be regular ice sculptures, but they have sugar in them. That's the thing that gets me.
Objection!
Like, they're not replicas, they're the actual sculptures. They have to be for them to have sugar in them. I'm afraid you've run out of road, Miss Vaughn. You can lie all you like, but you can't deny the results of the tests conducted on the sculpture's remains. And those tests leave no room for ambiguity. What you had on displays weren't replicas, they were the very statues Mr. Frost carved 18 years ago.
Ah, I can probably help say how they worked out if you like, dear. It's the sugar, you see. You might think sugar is sugar. You think sugar is sugar, but the composition is actually very unique. You could probably recreate the statues with the sweet secret of their chemical makeup. No chance.
Thank you, Miss Cone. I don't recall asking for your help, but still. To put it simply, the statues didn't disappear back then because they melted. They disappeared because you spirited them away and kept them hidden for these 18 long years.
What? She kept a pair of flavor ice sculptures around somewhere for all that time?
It's not the most out there idea in the world, assuming you had a big enough icebox. Quite all of you. Miss Vaughn, have you anything to say in your defense?
So you'd already learned that much?
Should I take that to mean you admit to having hidden the flavored ice sculptures in question?
No, I admit to no such thing. You haven't proven that I was the one who took those statues away. And you won't, because it would have been impossible for me to do so in the first place. The police were already here when they disappeared. How could I have done it without them noticing?
How indeed. I don't yet know exactly how you did it, but I'm far from ready to say that it was impossible for you to have stolen them away.
You're a very persistent man, aren't you, Mr. Edward?
I am indeed, and I won't stop until I get to the truth.
I see. And I better tell you exactly what I did that day 18 years ago.
And by that is, she's gonna lie to us, probably.
The whole time before judging began, I was waiting upstairs in our living area on standby. During the judging, I had to go change the camera's field cartridge for Samson. But before I could take the camera back to Samson, I discovered Mr. Frost's body. Later, around when your father arrived, I began to make the rounds and serve tea to everyone present. That was when I saw Mr. Gusto entering Mr. Frost's room. And those were my movements on the day it all happened. I hardly see how you could take issue with any of that.
That's for us to decide, Miss Vaughn.
Are you saying there's a contradiction in her story, Mr. Edward?
I mean, yeah, considering she had to have taken photos of the goddamn statues, which Samson didn't take. Like, clearly there had to be something that she, like, I guess she might have taken it earlier, but then Samson had the camera, so I'm more focused on proving the fact that she did indeed steal those statues. The question is when she would have had the opportunity to do so. If I can pinpoint that, I might be able to prove what exactly she got up to. Okay, let's see. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, okay, but that's kind of the thing. You went and served tea to everyone, so that gives you an opportunity to, like, enter the rooms, probably.
Hold it!
At least for a second. Just as you did today.
Yes, I went around and offered everyone working on the investigation a cup of tea.
Present company included, I remember it well. You were here, there, upstairs, downstairs, everywhere with a little car of yours. Interesting. And did anything strike you as strange around that time? Oh yeah, Gregory was singing the praises of GDC, and I think he mentioned his saucer was cold. His saucer was cold? Yeah, there it is. Was this the moment when Miss Vaughn stole the sculptures? Yeah, it has to be. Miss Vaughn, I believe this was when you stole the sculptures.
I had to contradict you, but the fountain room was full of witnesses at that point, Mr. Fender included. Are you suggesting that I somehow got the sculptures out of Mr. Frost's room right under everyone's noses?
That is precisely what I'm suggesting. Miss Brown stole the ice sculptures, and she did it by hiding them here! In the cart. Like in the cart. In the cart.
Take that!
They're in the cart. My father and Fender had no idea that one of the sculptures was a mere inches away from them, because it wasn't just a tea set you were pushing around, Miss Brown, but a hidden ice sculpture in a glass case.
Overruled!
Surely such a thing would have been impossible. With a case of that size fit on a serving cart, it would have been spotted immediately.
Objection!
Who said anything about a serving cart?
I'm not sure I follow, Mr. Edward. What are you suggesting she use instead?
I'm suggesting that Miss Brown used these to transport the sculptures. The lift cart.
Take that!
The very fancy lift cart.
And this is...
the car that Miss Brown used to move the flavor ice sculptures out of Mr. Frost's room 18 years ago. And it would appear that the very same card is still here with us in this fountain room.
We originally bought it for use in the contest.
And you're saying that Miss Brown loaded Mr. Frost's sculptures onto his car and carried them off? I am. Like, that's what I just said. As you can imagine, all one would need to do is lay a case on its side, add a tablecloth, and it looked exactly like a normal serving cart, thus allowing her to move the sculptures around freely.
Can it be?
Holy moly, of course! That's why those saucers were so chilly, they were sitting on top of a big block of ice. Juice, how could you?
Impressive. Then again, you are Mr. Gregory Edwards' son. I should have expected no less. There's a scrap of evidence that I stole the sculptures out those years ago now. And yet, I knew that no matter what I said or did, I'd always be under a cloud of suspicion. So you admit that you stole them from Mr. Frost's room? Yes, I do. I took the sculptures and their glass cases out of that room 18 years ago. As Mr. Edward correctly deduced, I dressed up the leaf cart as a serving cart to do it, and slipped in and out of Mr. Frost's room while I was going around serving tea to everyone. In the end, I removed not only the sculptures, but the flavorized zodiac blocks as well.
Zodiac blocks? I feel like I've seen them for myself before. It's a huge block of ice on display here. It must be incredibly heavy. No, maybe not. What would it be, hollow on the inside? If the Winter Wing really is an exact replica of Mr. Frost's room from 18 years ago, then even though my father never saw them because they'd already melted, the Zodiac blocks must have been in the victim's room back then as well.
When I had finished moving the 2 ice sculptures and the 2 Zodiac blocks out, I took 2 fresh empty cases to Mr. Frost's room and put them there where the original 2 had been. Only the sculptures had been kept in glass cases, you see, to prevent them from being damaged. The blocks were a little more robust, so they had been displayed as is. As stated in the contest rules, we were responsible for providing all display materials, including cases. Meaning it would have been easy for her to prepare those empty spares she swapped in. Mr. Frost's room contained quite a few other flavor ice works in progress. I feared if I melted them down somehow, the resulting puddle would look like it came from the sculptures. And that is how the sculptures from 18 years ago came to be in the Winter Wing today. I have to say, Mr. Edward, that's quite a confession.
Indeed, and I think she offered it so willingly because she knows there's nothing we can do about it.
That's all I have to tell you. However, despite everything I've shared, you can't charge me with anything now, can you?
What? How do you figure that?
Oh my. I would have thought you might know at least this much, given you're at a crime scene. I suggest you memorize the various statutes of limitations online in this book.
Statutes for Dummies! The book about statuses of limitations for the idiots. The statutes of what? A book examining the statutes of limitations of various crimes. For dummies.
Simply put, Kay, prosecutors only have a certain amount of time within which they can put a suspect on trial for a given crime. Let's see, how times are in the Ace Attorney series. Theft, 7 years from the date of the crime. Separate time frames apply with regards to claims for damages, etc. Murder, 15 years from the date of the crime. The statute is suspended should the suspect flee to a foreign country. The statute is suspended from the time of any accomplice's indictment to the end of their trial. You know, this is funny because there are crimes here where the statute of limitation starts running the second that you like actually present like proof of the crime. Like if you go and say this happened, the statute of limitation starts running the second that you make like any kind of police report, rather than the date when the crime like happened. So like it could be 20 years, but you can go and say this is a thing that happened, and technically the crime has to be investigated even though it's been 20 years, as long as you can prove that the crime happened. Like that there was a crime in the first place, because, you know, it's been 20 years. So as long as you can, like, say, yeah, this crime was a thing that happened, and it happened, and, you know, I can give my testimony, technically, it starts running right there. Like, from that point onwards. It's usually to give victims time to actually, like, be ready to testify. It's usually for certain types of crimes, if you know what I mean. Let's take a closer look, shall we? Yeah, there it is. 7 years for theft. So it's different for every crime. Murder, 15 years. Theft, 7 years. Ha! Yes, Miss Bound stole the ice sculptures 18 years ago. So it's too late to have her arrested for the crime. I don't believe it. Theft is a serious matter, especially when it involves the removal of evidence from a crime scene. As you have just pointed out, Miss Bound can no longer be prosecuted for her crime. Rendering your revelation rather pointless, wouldn't you say, Mr. Edward?
Objection!
Hey, nothing is pointless when I reveal it. Usually. Had to finish my coffee. Had to hydrate. I wouldn't be so sure about that. But you see, the theft of the ice sculptures isn't my principal interest here. I find the body that reappeared 18 years after the theft to be of considerably more interest. I'm just suggesting that I also hid Mr. Frost's body. I am indeed. But how do you keep a body hidden for 18 years without anybody finding it? By hiding in a very unusual way. Ah, now this is interesting. Are you telling me that you know where the body has been for all this time, Mr. Edward? It's not such a big leap if you think about what Miss Bound has told us already. Let's just say it wasn't just flavor ice that she removed from Mr. Frost's room back then. Very well. If you are confident in this claim, let us put it to the test. Tell me, Mr. Edward, where exactly was Mr. Frost's body hidden? Like, he was probably hidden in the statues. Well, the Gemini case analysis probably could work. It does say that he had blood.
Take that!
Wait, really? It doesn't... I'm afraid you will have to demonstrate to me how that works, Mr. Edward. Show me how exactly a body could have been hidden there. She's right, that wouldn't have worked at all. Oh, come on! You have to admit that it being hidden in the ice statue would have made a lot of sense. Well, maybe not that statue. Maybe the ones on the Winter Wing. Yeah, whatever. Shut up, Gabelle. I'm gonna try your patience as much as I want, bitch.
Take that!
A photograph of Mr. Frost's works. And of the victim's body, Your Honor. You will have to forgive me, but I do not see what you mean. Where exactly in this photograph is Mr. Frost's body?
The victim's body is hiding right here. I mean, I think it's the statue. That would make sense. Like, that explains also the like, I have the feeling that the luminous cloth is primarily being used, not because you can't, like, do that with ice, because in fact you do. You can, in fact, make, like, you know, ice look like cloth the same way that you can with, like, marble. It's harder, arguably, but, like, it's hard in marble already. Like, the cloth had to be used because you can carve ice over a body.
Take that!
The Gemini sculpture. Yes, it may look like a sculpture at first glance, but it is in fact Mr. Frost's corpse. What? Surely you can't be serious. I don't see anything in the photograph to support such a wild claim.
Objection!
That's because a certain piece of evidence was used to hide the body in plain sight. And what piece of evidence might that be? The court demands that you present what was used to conceal the body. Yeah, sure, the glove. Haven't you, babe? One of the clothes from the autumn, in the autumn wing. Yes, when it's made to glow in just the right way, it is so visually convincing you might mistake it for ice. Isn't that right, Miss Cone?
Well, yes, dear, but you can make it look like just about anything, really, even blazing fire. And the right shade of blue would make it look like ice, yes, exactly like it, in fact.
Is it not the case that a certain special device is needed to generate these colors, though?
Objection!
If you would care to take another look at the photograph of the Winter Wing, Your Honor, you would notice that the thing is right there. You'll notice there is a small box connected to the bottom of the Gemini display case. That's one of the very light-emitting devices in question. Detective Gumshoe even confirmed its presence. In fact, this particular device went missing 18 years ago. Back then, it was no doubt firmly connected to the cloth inside the display case. Which means Miss Vaughn had no choice but to take it with her when she removed the sculpture. So you see, this cloth and the light-emitting device were being used to create the illusion that Mr. Frost's body was in fact a statue carved from ice. No, this can't be. Wait, so you're telling me that when we took that photo was in the Winter Wing? Yes, we were standing right in front of the body. The body and the cloth were both recovered from the fountain. Why were they found there if the body was supposed to be in the Winter Wing disguised as sculpture? Because there would have been no mystery as to how the body had been hidden if we had found it as is. Like, it was on purpose. Woman? Miss Bow needed to remove Mr. Frost from the Winter Wing in order to throw us off the scent. Ridiculous. I don't recall her sneaking around behind our backs to throw a body in the fountain. No, and she didn't need to, because she had another method at her disposal. Her trusty leaf card, the same card that had proved so useful in executing her original theft. What? I believe she wheeled the body into one of the other wings and floated it down the stream to the fountain. The frozen body, being quite solid, probably got stuck somewhere along the way. Which is why only the cloth appeared at first. The cloth Miss Cone discovered. And then the body followed afterwards once it had thawed enough. It's an ingenious theory, Mr. Edward. But, can you prove that it was me? It seems a little unfair to expect me to accept your accusations without proof. don't you think? What about an eyewitness? Do you think someone may have spotted her when she was moving the body? As a matter of fact, I do. And the contradiction in the piece of evidence that was provided will shed light on exactly how Miss Bound moved the body as well. Well, Mr. Edward, do you have any evidence to support your allegation? Of course, I have a piece of very compelling proof right here. Then please present it to the court. What evidence do you have that proves Miss Bound acted as you claim? Larry sketches. Like, that would explain... Like, it's even golden. Like, that's the thing, it's even gold. Which the other cards are not, they're silver.
Take that!
More drawings. And is that me? Yes, Mr. Butts drew sketches of people that as they pass through the fountain room. But what I'm interested in is the card we can see here. Miss Bound's serving card. What about it? Huh, you don't see it? She's using the same trick she used 18 years ago. Ergo, we know that Miss Bound was busy moving Mr. Frost's body when this picture was being drawn. What? If I may, I don't see Mr. Frost's body anywhere in that sketch. That is a picture of me delivering chocolates to everyone. Really? Then allow me to direct your attention to the color of the tablecloth, Miss Bound. I really thought that Mr. Butts had made an error, but he's assured me that couldn't possibly be the case. This tablecloth appears to be light blue. Yes, a shade of tablecloth that Miss Bound doesn't seem to own. The cloth only appears to be light blue due to the body hiding just underneath. Well, but the shape of the card is perfectly rectangular, just as one would expect. Surely it would be immediately obvious if the tablecloth was being wrapped directly over the body. Not if the body had been placed inside one of the hollow zodiac blocks in the Winter Wing. Place one of those on the leaf card and it easily passed muster as a regular serving card, wouldn't you agree? Goddess of Justice! Miss Bound? Surely now you must admit that it was you who moved the body, just as you did 18 years ago. I didn't expect you to do all that from a single simple sketch. But that sketch alone isn't really enough to prove your theory, is it? You needn't worry on that front. My case doesn't rest solely on Mr. Butts' artwork. Once you had disposed of the body, your serving card became a simple leaf card once more. Which is exactly what we discovered here in the fountain room. And without a serving card, you had to find some place to put your chocolates. My chocolates, the one I was handing out. As we saw in the sketch, you had originally placed them on top of the cart. But the chocolates you gave us came from your pocket. Oh yeah, mine was half melted. It was still super sweet and tasty though. Why did you suddenly feel the need to put the chocolates in your pocket, Miss Bound? It was because you no longer had a serving card to put them on, that's why. Oh, I'm dying. One moment, please. You have explained what Miss Bound did with the chocolates on the leaf cart. But, what about the tablecloth? Where did it go? Indeed, if stashing the chocolates in her pocket was the only solution she could think of, I doubt Miss Bound had the time to dispose of an entire tablecloth. Well, Mr. Edward, do you have an answer for me? Miss Bound didn't hide or dispose of the tablecloth, Your Honor. In fact, it's right here in front of us. Perhaps you would care to enlighten us. Where exactly is the tablecloth Miss Bound used to hide the body? See, now I'm wondering. I'm actually not sure. But like, process of elimination. It can't be the fountain because we checked the fountain. We have checked this room upside and down, so like we twisted this place up looking for clues and we haven't found anything. So by process of elimination, the only place where it could be is on Judy's own person. Miss Bound has a tablecloth on her person, and in plain view, in fact. plain view. No, surely you don't mean...
Miss Bound?
It's the cloth around your waist, isn't it?
And given that the zodiac blocks weren't kept in glass cases, that cloth would have been in direct contact with the ice. All we need to do to confirm my theory is test the cloth for traces of the sugar used in Mr. Frost's work. The game is up, Miss Bound. It's time to come clean. I like to point out that the cloth she's wearing is white. Like, that cloth on her waist is white. It's not blue.
You won't need to test the tablecloth. Everything you said is true. I stole Delicious Infesticide Ultra, and I mowed Mr. Frost's body. It was me. It was all me. Delicia, I'm so sorry. Last week I went into your bag and took it.
Nari's just sketching in the background.
And then I put it in his pocket, hoping to make it look like he had tried to do himself in. I also made sure to leave no fingerprints with yours, just in case the police suspected foul play.
Judy! You... oh gosh! But Jutes, why? Were we supposed to be on the same side? Fighting together to free Samson?
We were, but I couldn't afford to get arrested. Not yet. Not until I'd finally proven that Samson is innocent. I always planned to give myself up in the end, I swear. I know it's easy to say that now, but...
Why do it this way, though? It's not like you.
I'm sorry, Mr. Fender. I've caused you so much trouble. I've been the guilty party all along, ever since that day 18 years ago. Are you trying to tell us that the true culprit in the IS-7 incident was you? I committed a terrible crime. I took those sculptures and I stole them for purely selfish reasons. The moment Mr. Frost died, they became more than mere entries in a confectionery contest. They became the final works of Samson's favorite artist. I couldn't allow them to just melt away, not before he came home. And that meant I couldn't let anybody near them, not even the police. So I hid them. I knew it was wrong, but I just had to. I put them in the cold storage room for safekeeping. What I had actually done was far worse than anything I could have possibly imagined. Because who would have thought that Mr. Frost's body itself was posed as one of the sculptures?
So she didn't know about the body when she stole the sculptures.
Samson is a kind man, a saint. He could never kill anybody, never. And yet, because of what I did, the police never found Mr. Frost's body, and Samson was found guilty. After all he'd done for me, he was my family, the only family I've ever had. He was the most important person in the entire world to me, and I...
Dudes.
After his conviction, I was forced out of our home. I was finally able to return only a few days ago, and when I did, I went to the cold storage room to check up on the sculptures, and that's when I saw it. Mr. Frost's body had been there the whole time. Of course, by that point, the statute of limitations had expired. So I did what I did today, because it was the only way I could think of to make things right. It seems I misunderstood her intentions. Everything she's done really has all been for Mr. Tangaroa's sake. Hey, what are you thinking about, Mr. Edward?
Something that's been puzzling me. Why does Miss Bound use poison gas? Why not a more reliable method? And why disguise the autumn wing as a winter wing? The only reason I can think of is to confuse someone who was here 18 years ago.
Yeah, I wonder what she had in mind.
If she was trying to prove that Mr. Tangaroa is innocent, Miss Bound's ultimate goal must be to find the true killer. Because she had been trying to discover the identity of the true culprit. Miss Bound, your ultimate aim was to see Mr. Tangaroa clear of all charges, correct?
And to that end, you had to expose the real killer and have the police find the body from 18 years ago. Is my understanding of your intentions correct? Exhibiting the sculptures was sure to force the killer to return to the crime scene. After all, they were the only person apart from you who knew that the body was hidden in the icework. So they would have freaked out thinking the body was about to be discovered and come running, yeah? Exactly. But Miss Vaughn ran the risk that the killer might successfully cover their tracks this time. In the worst case scenario, they might even have been able to remove Mr. Frost's body from the scene. So how could she lure the true killer into revealing themselves without putting vital evidence at risk? Oh, I see what you're getting at. You're saying that's why the autumn wind was all winter wingy. I am. You were betting on one thing, Miss Vaughn, weren't you? That whoever opened the Pisces case you had so carefully disguised as the Gemini case would be the real perpetrator of the IS-7 incident. No. That would mean the real killer was... Enough, not another word. Do you realize the implications of what you are saying, Mr. Edward? Are you prepared to stand behind the accusation you are clearly about to make? Miss Vaughn set a trap for Mr. Frost's killer, meaning that whoever found themselves caught in that trap is highly likely to be the guilty party. But I lack the evidence to support such an assertion. To accuse someone without any evidence is not to be done lightly, so should I really go ahead and make an accusation and name Mr. Frost's killer nonetheless? I mean, here's the deal. You could, like, not do it. You could be like, no, that would be fucked up. But that would make you a coward. And in this house, we're not fucking cowards, Edward. That is for cowards, and we're not cowards. My ultimate goal is to see the truth exposed. And to do that, I need to seize the moment. Carpe diem. Wait, that's seize the day. I need to remember what moment was in... Well, technically it can be translated as seize the moment, but it's more it's literally more seize the day. Like seize life, you know. Yes, Judge Cabell, I am prepared to stand behind my accusation. I know exactly who is to blame for the IS-7 incident, and that is this motherfucker.
Take that!
Mr. Gusto, the victim of the poison gas attack is the perpetrator behind the IS-7 incident. Mr. Gusto. Miss Vaughn, as we have established, you knew that the opening of the gallery would lure in the real culprit, and you set up the poison gas trap in order to catch them. Do you dispute the facts thus far? You're a very impressive man, Mr. Edward, just like your father. And of course, you're absolutely right. Then perhaps you could tell us exactly what happened in your own words. Of course, I have nothing to hide anymore. So I might as well tell you everything. As you said, I set a trap here in the gallery to try and catch Mr. Frost's killer. Before we opened, I made sure that the door to the autumn wing was the only one that was unlocked. When opening time came, I went around to unlock the doors of the various rooms, and found that the autumn wing had been locked from the inside. The killer is on the other side of the door. The thought, well, it frightened me. And then she simply walked away, leaving him to fall victim to her poison gas trap. When I heard that Mr. Gusto was being treated for gas inhalation, that's when I knew he was a murderer. All that was left was for the police to find Mr. Frost's body, and then Samson would finally be proven innocent. At least, that was my plan. Dudes, why didn't you tell me? You know I'm always here for you, right? We could have found another way. It didn't have to be like this. Thank you, Mr. Fender. You've been so very kind to me all these years. But I'm the one who created this mess, so it was up to me to try and clean it up. I didn't care what it took, as long as I could get Samson out of that awful place. Judy, Judy, Judy. 18 years ago, the police managed to cover up the fact that Mr. Frost's body had gone missing. If I went to them now and said it had reappeared, I was afraid they might have tried to cover things up again. my work to set off a very public incident here in the gallery in front of as many witnesses as possible.
I'm so sorry, Judy. You, Samson, Gregory, I let you all down.
Fender, you were like 17.
Like, you weren't even in university. Like, you were... Like, what could you what the fuck could you have done? You were 17 years old.
Fender, this can't be easy for him. No, I'm the one who should be apologizing. Mr. Edward, Mr. Fender, I hope one day you can forgive me. And whatever punishment I have to face, I'm ready to accept it. But please, if I may ask one thing of you, is that you simply must clear Samson's name. The way the truth of these past 18 years had come to light was unexpected, to say the least. And yet, it only set us down a path towards an even more shocking end.
Wait, really? That's not the... Well, I guess we have to cross-examine Gusto once he wakes up.
Can't leave without cross-examining the villain.
The guilty party.
April 2nd, 3:11 p.m. Zodiac Hall. Fountain Room.
Miss Vaughn, are you feeling a little calmer now?
Yes.
Good. Then allow me to get to the point. Regardless of your intentions, you broke the law.
Yes, I understand.
Nevertheless, I understand that you did what you did in order to prove Mr. Tangaroa's innocence. Therefore, if the real culprit really is someone else, then we have a duty to reinvestigate the case. Also, technically, the fact that you stole those statues is in fact out of the statute of limitations, so you're not gonna get in jail for that. You might get in trouble for tampering with a crime scene, but that could be, you know, a couple of years at most. Maybe some community service if you behave. So it doesn't have to be the end of the world for you.
Overruled.
There is nothing to suggest that anything nefarious took place in the official IS-7 incident records. And right now, there is nothing to suggest that we should take Miss Vaughn at her word either. So our first order of business should be to arrest the culprit of the case before us, Miss Vaughn herself.
Objection!
Official records cannot always be trusted, Judge Cavell. Especially since there are those prosecutors who would think nothing of twisting the facts.
Overruled.
Are you suggesting that the committee at the time overlooks just such a prosecutor? That's for you and your people to figure out. However, it is a fact that the autopsy report was faked. Seeing as Mr. Frost's body was only found just now. There really is something of Mon Karma in you, Mr. Edward. How so, exactly? By continually defying the will of the committee and bending the truth to fit your needs, that's how. Perhaps it is time you understand how No, the committee sees this case.
Oh, for fuck's sake, are you kidding me?
The committee is willing to accept that Mr. Von Karma falsified Mr. Frost's autopsy report.
Okay, but like, if the autopsy report is fake, that is already an enormous reason to fucking investigate again!
Even still, Mr. Von Karma only managed to have Mr. Tangaroa convicted as an accomplice. I personally have come to believe that the real culprit behind the IS-7 incident is Miss Vaughn. Her plan to poison and kill Mr. Gusto today was her attempt to frame him for Mr. Frost's murder.
And this is how the committee sees things, is it?
It is. As always, I act solely in service of law and order.
It sounds to me like all she's doing is acting in service of the committee in covering up the truth. And if I can change her mind, there will be no saving Mr. Tangaroa or Miss Vaughn. Okay. You know, I was gonna present Von Karma's version of it. Because in Von Karma's version, it says in fact that he's guilty. So like, technically that would be proof that, you know, he's willing to bend the rules. Okay. Okay, but what's your justification for this? Like, what would you say is? Why would Miss Bound have chosen to frame Mr. Gusto for the murder?
No doubt because he suspected her of being the real culprit. He may have entered what he thought was the Winter Wing simply to see if the Gemini statue was genuine. Little did he know that he would be greeted by a trap disguised to silence him, a trap that nearly worked.
Objection!
Do you have any evidence to support that line of reasoning?
Unfortunately, Mr. Gusto remains in critical condition. It will be difficult to prove anything until he regains consciousness.
Oh, fuck's sake.
In other words, there is little we can do for now.
On the contrary, there is plenty we can do.
You still have not grasped the situation, have you? Then allow me to spell it out for you. We have all the evidence we need to explain about the IS-7 incident and the poison gas attack.
Objection!
No you do not, because we haven't finished analyzing the statues, bitch.
I'm afraid there's still one question concerning the IS-7 incident that remains unanswered, Your Honor. Would you mind taking a look at this? What is it? There are the test results carried out on the liquid at the bottom of the Gemini case in the Winter Wing. As you can see, traces of blood were detected. The question is, whose? Until that question is answered, I hardly think you can claim to have all the evidence. There was blood in the Gemini case. Why did I not hear about this from Eustace?
Because Detective Gunshow informed me of the results directly.
Because I actually work with competent people, unlike you. I was planning to tell Mr. Winner about it myself, of course. You kept this to yourself until now, despite having no jurisdiction here whatsoever. Mark my words, the committee will hear all about what you have done here today. As ever, my interest is in the truth, and if mistakes were made in the past, they must be rectified. If you must report me to the committee, then so be it. In return, we must be allowed to investigate this case to the very end. That is not my decision to make. You will need to discuss it with Eustace.
Guess who's back, losers? And with good news too.
Oh, he's back on his feet.
It was a close call for a minute there, but Carmelo Gusto is alive.
Well, that's good. I wish you weren't here.
Gusto.
He made it.
You're the ones who found me. Yep, long time no see, Gusto. You're the attorney's assistant. You've grown, and you have an assistant of your own now.
Assistant? No, I'm...
He hasn't got the gig just yet. This is Gregory Edward's son. Prosecutor Miles Edward at your service. Fate moves in mysterious ways. I mean, your death. If you hadn't found me in time, I wouldn't be here to thank you.
Oh, you're very welcome. After all, if you hadn't lived, we wouldn't be able to ask you what really happened 18 years ago.
What are you talking about? I figured out quite a bit while you were out cold, including the fact that you're probably the guy who offed poor Artie Frost. What? Is that true?
Miss Bound set up a very elaborate trap to catch Mr. Frost's murderer. A trap that involved rigging the Pisces case with poison gas. Perhaps in light of that fact, you could tell us in your own words what happened back then. Or perhaps you'd rather exercise your right to remain silent.
Oh, it's not that. Gustus is a fan of the old meditation, you know, and all that jazz.
Wow, sleeping while standing seems pretty cool. That's one heck of a talent.
Except there's no sleeping involved in meditation, Kay. Hey, Gustul, pal! How about you snap out of it and tell us what went down way back then? No. Yeah. I was caught in the ghost trap, so I must be the killer. Is this your idea of a joke?
Nah.
I'm the victim here.
Indeed you are, Mr. Gusto, and there's no evidence that you have done anything wrong yet. Mr. Edward and Mr. Fender are merely speculating. Rest assured that they have no authority here, and that you may pay them no heed.
Yeah, at least somebody here seems to be on my side.
Judge Verity Lavelle, it's a pleasure, Mr. Gusto. I will assist you in any way you may require. Perhaps you could begin by explaining what actually happened 18 years ago to Mr. Edward.
Fine. You want me to prove I'm innocent, Mr. Prosecutor? I'll be happy to.
Objection!
So this is how you mean to play it, Judge Gabel? You're hoping Mr. Gusto will help you to hide what happened instead of trying to correct the record?
I believe only in the fallible judgment of the goddess of justice.
Except it is us humans who make the actual judgment calls in a court of law. And so long as there are those who would use the law to their advantage, all rulings are fallible indeed. If you would use your position to further obscure the truth, then neither she nor I will forgive you.
We shall see about that.
What I'm wondering here is, and I've been wondering like since the last case, what's the point? Like, clearly this is about the committee. Like, clearly every single case we've been doing right now, it's just been like over and over, like situations where prosecutors are fucked up. Edward comes in, or are fucking up in the present. Edward comes in, fixes the issue, and the committee is salty about it for some god-awful reason. What I'm wondering is, why? Why would they be upset? He's basically fixing records for them. It's cleaning their image. It's like, oh, we made a mistake. We're gonna fix it. Now it's good. Now everything's fine. Like, I'm wondering what's the deal with them. Like, why? And like, she's a judge, which like prosecutors technically work for the police. So she's not even in the same position. Like, the entire thing is different for her as well. So I'm just wondering, like, why? To be fair, at the beginning of the game, they said that politicians were involved in the committee, which is already, like, a big red flag. If, like, your members of the parliament are involved with your justice system, like, division of power is a thing for a reason. So, like, very iffy that would happen. But I do wonder, what's the end goal of all this? Like, why would they do all of this just to not modify records from 18 years ago? This is a case that only the people involved in the case would care about. And yeah, it was probably very public because of who was arrested. But would people care 18 years later? Like, what's their end goal? What's the big idea with these guys? Like, Eustace is clearly just a buffoon. Like, he's easily controllable, and Gabel is there to, like, move his strings because he's an idiot. Like, he's a fucking idiot. It's clear. He's an idiot of an annoying degree. But, like, what's her end goal? And what's the end goal of the committee? That's the one thing that I don't get. Because that's what's been following the entire time since the beginning. Like, there has to be something they're hiding, and I don't know what. It clearly has to do with the very first case and the attempt of assassination of the president of Shenfa. Especially because Bronco was, like, in paper, he was not, like, someone who murdered, like, a co-worker, which is what he did, which is, you know, happened to be one of the security personnel for the president, but rather that he tried to kill the president, which is kind of a big difference. So why is that necessary? Like, why? Like, what's going on
behind the scenes that this has been happening since the very beginning. Never mind that these two pop up every time that Edward is doing something. Like, Edward being randomly assigned to Phoenix every single time after, like, his first case, that can happen. You meet the same people at work. But these two have been consistently popping up on every case that Edward is in. And that makes me wonder, is this about Edward? Like, yeah, clearly there's something about the first case. But is this about Edward specifically? Like, whatever the committee is doing, their issue, among other things, is with Edward. Because otherwise, you wouldn't need to put two people to follow a guy around when he's technically doing the work he's supposed to do. Like, he founds the guilty party every single time. He's not... like, he doesn't have a bad record. The couple of times he got screwed up was because of Phoenix, and that's because he lost. So... I guess I'm trying to figure out what's going on here. Like, what's the end goal of screwing with Edward? Something that is gonna piss him off, for the record. Like... What's the point here? Like, what's their end goal? What do you advise, Judge Cabell? It would seem that you are under suspicion because it was you who triggered the poison gas. Specifically by opening the Pisces case lead. Would you be so kind as to share why with us? Understood. I came to see Frost's sculptures. Simple as that. I made a mistake with the opening times and arrived a half hour early. Miss Vaughn, was there no one at the reception desk at around that time? I had left the main entrance unguarded and unlocked just in case the killer made an appearance. I was also busy making preparations elsewhere, all the way up until the gallery's opening. No, there was no one here on the first floor then. But I did make sure that all the wings were locked up tight, all except for the autumn wing, that is. I see. He did all that just to steal the culprit into the autumn wing, which is precisely where Mr. Gusto went. Sneaking into a building is pretty suspicious, however you slice it. Silence in the courtroom. I will permit no objections or interventions unless there is some evidence that the witness is lying. The courtroom? You know this is an art gallery, right? Mr. Gusto? If you could please continue by explaining why you opened the Pisces case. I wanted to see Frost's work up close. So I went up to the Gemini... Sorry, I guess it was supposed to be the Pisces statue. And I saw that the lid was frozen on tight, so I grabbed a blowtorch from nearby and tried to open it. When I finally got it open, gas came pouring out. Fascinating. He is the sort of flawless testimony attorneys can only dream of. Yeah, the everything sounds like a lie kind. I am none too satisfied with Mr. Gusto's explanation myself. Alas, there is no evidence to refute it. Come on, there must be something. It's Vaughn's story you should be questioning, not mine. I'm not the one who set up the gas trap. She could have killed anybody with that thing. He turned on the sprinklers as soon as the gas was released. He knew exactly what she was doing. She was gunning for the killer and nobody else. That killer being you, old pal. So you believe that self-confessed criminal? Miss Vaughn is far from blameless in this affair, and she will have to pay for her crimes. But so will Mr. Frost's killer. You seem determined to Prince Frost's murder on me, but I have no reason to kill him. And you have no evidence to prove otherwise. Can we really not prove that he's the killer, Mr. Edward? Mr. Gusto fell victim to the poison gas, that much is indisputable. Yet no matter how suspicious his actions in the present may seem, they prove nothing about the past. Yeah, but then what about you, Mr. Fender? There must be something we can do. Yeah, right. We may not have evidence, but we have plenty of intel. Let's see now. If Gusto killed Frost, he must have had a reason. He claims not to have a motive, but that can't really be true, can it?
If he did it, he has one. Not many people commit murder just for fun. In fact, your old man had a little back and forth with Karma about a probable motive too, remember?
How can you possibly say that with any certainty if the relationship had broken down for some reason? That could very well have been the motive behind this murder.
Karma wouldn't let us talk to Gusto back then, but we can now. We can put the pieces together. I think the picture we've been looking for might just emerge.
Yes, I think you might be right. I need to think back over everything we know about the IS-7 incident, especially the questions that never got answered.
And the finger marks! Were you the one wearing the gloves?
Miss Cone denied that the finger marks were on the frame were hers. What if they were Mr. Gusto's? Perhaps he had wanted to take a look through the ultimate cookbook from himself. So he asked me to go put in a new cartridge. I seem to think there should have been more shots left than there were. In other words, the film ran out sooner than expected. Sorry, I had to sneeze. Yes, the number of shots he took didn't line up with the number of shots remaining. But he thought maybe he just lost track somewhere along the way. My father notices things for a reason. I just need to piece them together correctly. In the absence of evidence, is the only way to the truth. God damn it. I sneeze again. More film had been used than Tangaroa expected. Photographing the cookbook contents would be the perfect way to steal its secrets undetected. And what if Mr. Gusto did just that? What if he used Mr. Tangaroa's camera to photograph the book? It'd be the perfect crime! So much better than stealing it and getting chased by the cops!
Sneak a snapshot or 20, huh? That could work.
The only question is, when would he have done it?
Good question. What about during afternoon tea? Didn't Alicia say Gusto and Frost had missed out on the little tea party they had?
Which brings me to the next question. When do we know for certain that Mr. Frost was still alive?
Then, after the contest began, nobody saw hide or hair of Mr. Frost as he had secluded himself in his room. And the only person capable of entering his locked room was Tangaroa, possessing as he did the only key. Miss Cone, were Mr. Tangaroa's works the only ones you sample?
No, dear, I couldn't help myself. When I finished my afternoon tea, I tiptoed over to Chili Wing's room for a little taste too. Mr. Frost had kept to himself inside his room after the contest had started, but he was gone by the time Miss Cone snuck into it to sample his work, meaning there's a good chance he was murdered before the end of afternoon tea. Mr. Gusto, you and Mr. Frost conspired to create works for the contest together, do you not?
Oh, do you know my little secret?
Mr. Fender was kind enough to inform me. Mr. Frost was in charge of the designs while you were in charge of the flavor, is that correct?
Well, what can you say? I still had a long way to travel on the road to becoming a master confectioner.
But you only collaborated up to through the semi-final. Something changed after that.
We both wanted to show what we could do. Show that we were better than Tangaroa.
Objection!
Then why did you help Mr. Frost with his entry for the final?
What grounds do you have to say that?
Your own statement made to Mr. Wonkarma 18 years ago. You told him that you had been working together right up until the day before the final. Mr. Frost's entry was carved entirely from blocks of flavor ice. Ice which would have needed at least a day to freeze, and whose flavors would therefore have already been prepared by Mr. Gusto.
Yes, which lines up perfectly with what Gusto told me, that he helped Frost until the day before the final.
In that case, why didn't Mr. Frost reciprocate and help Mr. Gusto in return?
I can hardly be expected to read the minds of the dead.
So, why didn't Mr. Frost help you in return? I submit that your relationship broke down for some reason, and that became the basis of your motive for murder.
That's not how it was. Sure, we stopped working together, but it was all perfectly friendly.
You stopped working together in a friendly way. Kinda hard to imagine, but okay.
Besides, how do you think I did it exactly? You think I just strolled into Tangaroa's room and killed Frost? I couldn't have killed the man while Tangaroa was in there working on his chocolate pieces, could I? You see, it can't have been me.
I wouldn't be so sure. It must be a window of time when Mr. Tangaroa wasn't in his room. And if I can prove that, I can prove that Mr. Gusto had the opportunity to kill Frost.
Which we can, immediately.
We can be sure that Mr. Frost was alive until the beginning of afternoon tea, making tea time the only window during which Mr. Gusto could have killed him. Are you satisfied with Mr. Gusto's story now, Mr. Edward?
No, I think he's a scoundrel and a liar.
Sadly, I'm afraid I'm still rather unsatisfied. But things are finally starting to become clear, and the truth will soon come to light at last. Do you mean to say that you have uncovered new evidence?
Evidence? No.
I was hoping it might convince Mr. Gusto to open up to us about it instead.
Ah, is it mind games time again?
It is. Mr. Gusto, I have a question for you.
I said I have a question for you. What is it?
You chose to make your entry for the final on your own.
I told you, I wanted to test myself. I wanted to prove I was the best in the world.
Objection!
If that were the case, then surely you wouldn't have chosen to cheat in the first place. So tell me, Mr. Gusto, why did you feel the need to team up with Mr. Frost?
Mind chess? Mind chess. It's been a while since you did mind chess.
18 years ago, Mr. Gusto and Mr. Frost collaborated in the confectionery contest. But why did they work together, and why did they enter the contest in the first place? That's the information I need to get out of my opponent somehow.
Oh, 4.
Mr. Gusto seems to have a habit of pretending to be asleep when things aren't going his way. Let's start by focusing on why he chose to work with Mr. Frost.
By my hand, now is the time to dig up the truth that was buried all those years ago. Mind chess.
Mr. Gusto, what inspired you to collaborate with Mr. Frost?
We were acquaintances before we were contestants. He was interested in entering the contest, so we decided to sign up together.
And your decision to pair up with a sculptor had nothing to do with your lack of faith in your skills.
Yeah, you don't know me. We joined forces because we wanted to make the most perfect creations possible. That's all.
I will expose all your little lies in the end, Mr. Gusto. It's only a matter of time.
Oh, goddammit, that did nothing. I should have waited my time. Sorry, wanted to see if I could do an impression of you. Turns out it's easy.
He's happy to bide his time as well, it seems. I'll need to pick up my words more wisely.
Okay. I can eat again. Okay. Biding my time. Frost's son and I were in the same grade at school, so we got along pretty well too.
Oh, so you were just two friends who happened to try for the title of world's greatest confectioner.
Yeah.
Pretending to be asleep when the going gets tough won't work on me, I'm afraid. Mr. Frost was a sculptor, Mr. Gusto. I doubt he cared much about winning a title for confectioners.
In which case, he probably had a different motive for taking part in the contest, wouldn't you say? Fine. It was me. I wanted the title. Ross was only in it for the prize. The ultimate cookbook. I see. As your objectives dovetail so neatly, you decided to work together. But then, something happened. A breakdown in your relationship, perhaps. If so, I want to know why. Mr. Prosecutor, I'm still quite unwell after my brush with death. Pushed me too hard. And I'll be on my way back to the medical room. No, wait! Then you better wrap this up quickly. I'm already dangerously low on patience. Mr. Gusto is trying desperately to make his escape, but he's not going anywhere yet. Not as long as he's still keeping things from me. So let's figure out what he was really after next. There's no time to lose. There's no time to wait. I need to pick the right line of questioning, and fast. You wanted to appear on Mr. Tangaroa's TV show, didn't you? Yeah, on Cook and Tonga. I believe it was Bacon Bob. You really think people had wanted to watch me dance like an idiot while I work? No, it might have been a bit too much for younger viewers. I thought not. Listen, I know what I'm good at, and prancing around TV isn't it? Maybe you should focus on what you're good at too, because it certainly isn't asking the right questions. Yeah, touché, Mr. Gusto. I need to choose my words more carefully. Ow. You two had your eyes on something other than the title, didn't you? After all, I'm not sure the title of World's Greatest Confectioner even counts for that much. Yeah, now you're insulting the way of the confectioner. My only goal, was to win the title. I don't care about anything else. You have no idea how much it would have meant to me. Look, my sense of design may not have been up to snuff back then, but you should see me now. Oh, so you've improved. You bet I have. I didn't do all that training in Shenfa for nothing. I will oh, god damn it. Really? Come on, I wanted to see him make something. Well, that's a shame. I actually did want to see if he would do something. They made sprites for him on the other one. They could have made it on this, for this timeline. This part of the timeline. Okay, let's bide our time more. I look up to Tangaroa, you know, spend hours poring over the designs of his work. Even used to watch his show with my son. Sounds to me like Mr. Tangaroa's work was especially influential in your early studies. And with his recipe book, you might have even become the best someday. Maybe. The book was a real treasure, no doubt about that. Any confectioner would have wanted it. You claim that your only goal was to win the title, yet you also seem to have had an interest in the contest prize, the ultimate cookbook. The greatest collection of recipes by the world's greatest confectioner. I can't say I had absolutely no interest in it. And even if I did, what exactly is so wrong with that? Nothing, I suppose. Only that the book contained recipes for medicines, not desserts. And everyone who entered the contest supposedly knew that. I feel like I'm finally getting somewhere. I can't let him slip from my grasp now. I just need to stay calm and keep the pressure on. Whee! Next, let's find out why he wanted the cookbook. Do you know how valuable the cookbook really was? What kind of question is that? It was a collection of Tangaroa's recipes. There wasn't a confectioner in the world who would have wanted to get their hands on it. I don't have a clue as to how to proceed with this line of questioning. I better try another tact. Okay. So your plan was to win the cookbook and use it to help you with your own creations. What else? A book like that could have improved my craft tenfold. It could have made even sevenfold, like Avenged sevenfold. You could have made a lot of money if you sold it. I don't know much about what was actually in there, but it was worth more than money, I'll tell you that. Okay. I'm still recovering, so if you got nothing to say, let me go. God damn it! Now was not the time to buy my time! God dang it! Come now, Mr. Gusto. I know you know more about the ultimate cookbook than you claim. They told us a little about it at the start of the contest. Ah, then you know what kind of recipes it actually contained, don't you? And that they weren't the star recipes at all. I see you did your homework. Fine, so you know what was really in there. The ultimate cookbook, or the Angel's cookbook, to give it its proper title. It's a collection of chemical formulas and ways to synthesize new medicines nobody had ever heard of. So he did know that the cookbook actually contained recipes for medicines. This could be an important clue. Okay. I'm to deploy the clue. Your designs might have improved thanks to your training in Shenfa, but you clearly didn't do enough work on your skills of deception. You already admitted that you knew the ultimate cookbook was a collection of recipes for medicines. Thereby making your interest not gastronomical but pharmaceutical in nature. It was his son. His son is dead. Like, that's why his son hasn't appeared. Like, he disappeared. Like, he's probably dead. And he wanted the cookbook to make a medicine for him. And he's probably dead by now. That's the thing that makes the most sense. You're a confectioner, Mr. Gusto. You had no professional interest in revolutionary new medicines, which suggests that your interest must have been personal. I underestimated you. Fine. You're right. Winning the title wasn't the only reason I entered the contest. I needed one of the recipes in that book. It was for my son. He was sick. He was? Tell me more. That's none of your business. I've told you as much as you need to know. He looks frail, but I can't let him off the hook. Let's find out what this mystery illness was. I mean, I think his son might be dead, but it also could just be that he used the same, like he had the same issue Tangaroa developed with, like, not being able to process, like, salty flavors. Like, he couldn't, like, just taste salt or salty flavors. So you needed a cookbook to cure your son. Yeah, nowadays you can get the medication he needed anywhere. But back then, that book was our only hope. Which is why I didn't dare waste my time on fancy tea parties. I had to give my all to my work. And what about Mr. Tangaroa's work? Surely that tea break gave you the perfect opportunity to go steal a glance at it. And what makes you think I had the energy or time to care about what the others had made? God damn it! I fucked up again! I think you made it abundantly clear how much interest you had in Mr. Tangaroa's work. What's more, if you were that determined to win the ultimate cookbook, I seriously doubt you would have passed up on a chance to take a peek at your competitors' entries. I had plenty of chances throughout the contest to see and sample my rivals' works, you know. But each time I did, nothing seemed to have any flavor. Must have been nerves or something. Nothing Mr. Gusto tasted had any flavor. That seems like it could be an important clue. Could you tell me the name of the disease your son suffered from? You're a real cold customer, Mr. Prosecutor. Isn't it enough that he was seriously ill? Why would you force me to tell you more? I don't have a okay, I don't have a clue for this shit. Tell me a little more about your son. He was my pride and joy, and my biggest fan. And you entered the contest in order to help him. You clearly don't have children of your own, and if I would have done the same.
I mean, yeah, I'm like 20-something, so of course I don't have children of my own.
I would have done anything to help him. Anything. He would come see me here at the contest venue too, right up through the semi-final.
Really? He didn't get in the way of your work? You were trying to beat Samson Dangaroa. Surely you didn't have the time to look after a child?
Yeah, well, I wanted to do what I could for him. He said he wanted to always be the first to try my creations.
You said your son was sick, Mr. Gusto, and yet he was able to come and join you for the contest.
Yeah? It wasn't that kind of illness. Nothing life-threatening anyway.
Okay, so why do you keep talking about him in the, you know, past tense? This feels like it could be an important clue. You tell me the name of the disease your son suffered from, okay. Do I have the clue that I need? You've already shared with me that your son's illness wasn't life-threatening, so why are you so reluctant to share any further details?
It may not have been life-threatening, but that doesn't mean it hadn't been life-altering.
I see, that must have been very hard on both of you.
Of course it was. That's why I did everything I could to find a cure. We're desperate. He couldn't taste anything, not even his favorite desserts.
Okay, so I was right. It is the same thing that Tangaroa got later. As I understand it, the Ultimate Cookbook contains the recipe for a very particular medication, one that Mr. Tangaroa used to cure himself of his own taste disorder.
So he had it too.
Two, you say? So your son has a taste disorder then, am I correct?
How did I let that slip?
You've been asking me to believe that you needed to win the cookbook in order to cure your son, but was that really the case?
Nah, of course it was. What are you saying?
I'm saying that I'm not so sure that's true based on everything you've told me. Time to deploy the clue. Taste disorders are difficult to live with. It isn't easy not being able to enjoy your food. You should know, after all. You just told me you experienced something like that during the contest. You said that nothing you sampled had any flavor. Those were your words, correct? Which would seem to suggest that you were suffering from a taste disorder. A confectioner without a sense of taste. Not exactly ideal. Are you sure it wasn't actually your own condition you were seeking a cure for, Mr. Gusto?
I had enough of your speculations. I managed just fine in that contest. Made all my own entries, no problems.
You were working with someone else, Forehead. Sorry, but I'm afraid you're contradicting your own testimony. You already admitted that you and Mr. Frost had worked together during the contest. It's too late to claim you did it all on your own. You would have us believe that you are a man of principle, a dedicated student of the confectioner's art. Did you abandon those principles and conspire with Mr. Frost to rig the contest? Also, you could cure your own taste disorder. And you lied about your son, apparently.
You got me, Mr. Prosecutor. As you said, my sense of taste was shot. My son's was fine. I'd kept it hidden for so long, 18 years, and nobody knew.
Although that begs the question, like, what happened to his son? Like, nobody has seen him. Sadly, you can lie to others, or you can't lie to me. But Mr. Gusto and Mr. Frost entered the contest hoping to obtain the ultimate cookbook for the medicine that would cure Mr. Gusto's disorder, and the money it would bring in for Mr. Frost. Thus, an uneasy alliance was forged. And that, I believe, is checkmate. Yay! H's. Although, yeah, that begs the question of, like, why would Gusto betray him? Because, like, he just needed the pictures of the medicine, and Frost just needed the book. Like, they could do that, part ways, and everything would be fine. Which, again, the fact that they keep mentioning their sons and there's no knowledge of anything about Gustos, I think that that's the problem here. But I'm not sure how. I'll admit it. You're good. I never told anybody about any of this, but you figured it out anyway. It's true. 18 years ago, I developed Agusia. What's a Gusa?
It's a taste disorder that makes it so you can't taste anything at all. A confectioner's worst nightmare.
Anyone's worst nightmare. You know how fucked up that would be, not tasting? Mr. Fender, is this what Mr. Tangaroa had as well?
No, the big man had what they call dissociative taste disorder. Basically, some things he could just taste just fine, while others had no flavor at all. So he suffered too. Can't have been easy. Not when there wasn't a way to cure it on the market.
Which is why you needed Mr. Tangaroa's cookbook. Do you admit now that that was the real reason you entered the contest?
It was only one of the reasons. I wasn't lying when I said I wanted the title. When I put my mind to something, it gets done, and I won't lose to anybody. I may not have been able to taste it then, but I still knew myself was good enough to win.
Oh, so you went into the finals thinking you stood a good chance of winning.
Of course.
What was it that Fender said about what Mr. Tangaroa thought of Mr. Gusto's creations? Mr. Gusto's creations were a perfect balance of flavor and design,
at least through the semi-final.
But disappointingly, his entry for the final was subpar on what counts. We were told that your entry for the final was far from the prize-winning taste sensation you describe. What happened, Mr. Gusto? What went wrong that day?
Fine! You wanted me to talk. I'll talk, but you're not going to like what I have to say. Oh, for fuck's sake, this guy! Frost and I were working together right up to the semi-final. I handled the flavor, he did the signing. I wanted to face Tangaroa in the final on my own. No help, just me and my skills. So I helped Frost with his entry, but mine, I did alone. If it didn't taste good in the final, that's on me. What can I say? I like training.
Okay, but that makes no sense because you said you wanted to win. So what's your point? Like, what's your damage? Like, I'm just wondering, like, what's the end goal here? Not with the committee, that I already am, I'm still questioning, but like, what was this guy's end game, like killing Frost is what I'm wondering.
And that's all there is to it. Happy now?
There don't seem to be any obvious contradictions in his testimony.
Yep, not that I thought it'd be easy to get anything real out of him. He's managed to not let it slip what really happened for 18 years after all. Why don't you try pushing him a bit, Milia Serena? If you can shake something loose.
I think I just might have to, Fender. Let's see. Okay. Fair. Uh-huh. Okay, but you couldn't even taste, so... And yet I heard that your creations prior to the final were scored highly for their flavor. So what went wrong? Was there some kind of cooking accident on that day?
No, nothing like that. It was... I told you, I had a taste disorder. My sense of taste failed me. It's as simple as that.
When Mr. Frost's entry was complimented on its flavor, your sense of taste hadn't failed you then. Did something happen overnight? I don't think he's going to spill any more beans, Mr. Edward. Then perhaps I should ask him about something else. About the semi-final, maybe. Did something change between the semi-final and the final, Mr. Gusto?
Not really. The only difference between the final, the semi-final and the final was that Frost wasn't helping me.
What? I mean... Yeah, okay. Wait! Right! Wait, I just realized. None of that. Like the picture. He visited his son daily up through the semi-final, and then he disappeared.
Objection!
That's what happened. I knew the sons were related somehow. I just don't understand how much right now. I can't think of one significant difference between the semi-final and the final, Mr. Gusto. Your son. This is him in the photograph, correct? You told me he was here with you up through the semi-final.
He was. What of it?
What indeed. He was here with you until the semi-final, until he suddenly wasn't for the final. And just as suddenly, your work went from being lauded for its flavor to being lambasted for it. I don't think that's a coincidence, do you? He wasn't just spending quality time with his father, he was playing a much more pivotal role than that. I just wanted him to see me hard at work, to show him I was trying my best for us. Who knows? Maybe it was him being here that helped me do so well in those early rounds. He does a good game, but nothing about this guy screams super dad to me. Indeed. Thankfully, we would only have to give such an idea credence if his story were true. After all, how much could the encouragement of one small boy affect the taste of a grown man's work? Mr. Gusto's prided himself in the flavor of his creations, but then he lost his sense of taste. He must have had a tough time maintaining his high standards after such a devastating loss, unless... I'm sure your son was here to cheer you on, but that wasn't all he was here to do, was it? You're a very suspicious man, Mr. Prosecutor, but why not try answering yourself for a change? What was an elementary school kid doing here other than to support his father? He was tasting your stuff for you. Your son knew the taste of your work pretty well, I imagine, Mr. Gusto.
He was my biggest fan. Of course he knew it.
In which case, he would have been a good judge of whether something tasted on brand, so to speak, no?
What are you implying?
You already told us that you were suffering from a taste disorder.
I'll admit it. You're good. I never told anybody about any of this, but you figured it out anyway. It's true. 18 years ago, I developed agnosia.
No one knew about your condition. Indeed, I thought Mr. Frost would have wanted to continue collaborating with you had he found out. After all, it was your job to make sure his creations tasted good. Therefore, your son wasn't just here to support you, he was helping you by tasting your work.
Yeah, now it all makes sense. Processed stuff tastes good because it really was raining today before when the kid was still here. You have a vivid imagination, Mr. Prosecutor. Do you seriously think I trust a kid to tell me how to adjust the taste of my masterpieces? I have some pride, you know, even back then.
Do you now?
My designs may not have been much to write home about back then, but I always knew my work tasted better than anybody else's. You think I'd risk everything by putting my reputation in the hands of a child? It's just more speculation, that's all it is.
In that case, I asked to speak with your son this instant. Let's see how much of your story he can corroborate.
Sadly for you, my son is no longer my concern.
What?
As soon as I got my sense of taste back, I went straight to Shenfa to start my training, and cut off all ties with the kid for good.
What? You abandoned your own child?
Not ain't the half of it. No one knows where he is, even now. The cops have looked all over for him, but not us. So still you think you can prove your asinine theory? I'd like to see you try. You think I care about anything besides confectionery? Think again. I got my sense of taste back. What do I need? What need do I have for a son now?
Silence in the courtroom. While Mr. Gusto's words and actions may demonstrate a certain lack of humanity on his part, the goddess of justice cannot judge him for that. Therefore, Mr. Edward, I believe it is time for you to admit defeat.
Yeah, give it up. 18 years is a long time for anything to surface now, proof or otherwise.
Mr. Edward, we have to do something! If we don't, the truth might be lost forever.
Where are you, Detective Bombshell? Can't imagine whose blood it could possibly be, but I'll get it tested right away, sir.
Please do, Detective.
That's the last piece of the puzzle, I'm sure of it. Once we know whose blood it is. Hey, Miles. Sorry to cut it on your mind palace time, but I was pondering something myself. Our friend's Ghost didn't just come here to check up on the body, did he?
You mean because he tried to open the case?
Exactamundo. Think we have anything that might explain why he tried to do that?
We might.
If Detective Gumshoe can make it back in time with a certain piece of evidence.
That's quite enough idle chatter, defense. Now if you...
Mr. Edward, sir! Sorry to keep you waiting!
Gumshoe to the rescue. Speak of the devil. I hate to... I take it you have the test results, Detective?
Yes, sir! The lab just got back to me!
Detective, please. Court is in session. Now then, am I right to assume that you are bringing us the evidence Mr. Edward was just speaking of?
What? Hey, no fair! Why didn't anybody tell me about any of these?
It is indeed the evidence in question, Your Honor. It needed testing, so I asked him to carry it out.
What the? Why is everybody always helping you?
Because they like me and I'm not annoying, child.
I'm supposed to be the one in charge here.
Mr. Winner, I'm sorry I didn't involve you, but this is important. Can we at least hear what the detective has to say? Nobody fucking cares about what you're saying.
Well, alright.
So, Detective Gumshoe, what did the test have to tell us?
You're not going to believe this, but the owner of the blood we found in the liquid at the bottom of the Gemini case is Carmelo Gusto, the victim of the poison gas attack. What are you talking about?
Thank you, Detective. You've been very helpful. Well, it looks like my suspicions were correct. What do you mean, Mr. Edward? Yes, what do you mean? Explain yourself. What is the significance of this blood to this case? It's only the very thing the perpetrators of the IS-7 incident has been trying to hide all these years.
I.
The fact that your blood was found inside the Gemini case, Mr. Gusto, is as good as us finding your blood laying right next to Mr. Frost's body. Why would there be traces of your blood there of all places, Mr. Gusto?
Wait. No.
Wait, is it what I think it is?
Wait. Maybe? Like...
If you won't answer her honor, Mr. Gusto, then I will. There wasn't just blood in the liquid from the Gemini case, there were traces of salt and sugar too. There were. And if you remember, one particular part of Mr. Frost's work was allegedly very salty indeed.
Oh yeah! You're talking about that delicious tools back then, right? What was it again?
Did they ever? I've never tried ices or scrumptious in all my life.
Really? Man, I wish I could have had a bite.
Well, scrumptious except for the salty bit, of course. That was unbearable. The salty bit?
And then the other photo you got there. This bit, the harpy thing.
Gemini's liar. Yes, the liar, and only the liar tasted as if it had been flavored with salt. There were no traces of salt anywhere else in Mr. Frost's entry. Very interesting. Then perhaps you can tell us, Mr. Edward, where did the salt on the liar come from?
Well, from the salt lamp.
Take that!
This is the lamp from the IS-7 incident. Indeed, and I believe that the salt that gave the lyre its flavor came from just such a lamp. Mr. Von Karma had established that both salt lamps were in Mr. Tangaroa's room at the time of the crime. One of them was used to kill Mr. Frost. And it was stained with his blood. No corresponding pool of blood was found in Mr. Tangaroa's room. Right, because the culprit had chugged the piece of chocolate with that into the little streams. Furthermore, aside from the lyre, no traces of salt were found anywhere else in Mr. Frost's room either. Come to think of it, the lamps were found in Delicia's room were both broken. The lamps appear to be broken. Bulbs are smashed, both of them. Maybe they fell and broke on the floor. We never did figure out how the one that wasn't used to kill Frost got busted, but are we thinking maybe it had Gusto's blood on it at some point? Anyone whose blood was found on one of those lamps would have been a person of interest to the police. The killer needed to hide the blood somehow, and in a way that wouldn't arouse suspicious. And you are seriously suggesting that the lyre was used to do just that? I am. I suspect that the bloody salt was somehow applied to the lyre so that it could be hidden inside the case. Because unlike the fountain water, the sculptures would have needed more time and care to test properly. And so he waited and waited for his chance to dispose of the lyre undetected. Then the reason he's here today is 18 years ago, Mr. Frost's body and the evidence pointing to his killer were taken away together. This, of course, was no part of the perpetrator's plan, and thus a new dilemma arose. How could he be sure that neither Mr. Frost's body nor the evidence wouldn't be discovered someday? So back he comes 18 years later, sneaking in bright and early to try and cover his tracks. Well, Mr. Gusto, are you finally ready to admit it? That you are the one responsible for the IS-7 incident? Yeah. Mr. Gusto, it's all because of you that Samson.
Mayonnaise reaction to that. Gusto! So I finally got caught, huh? All these years later. Nobody came close back then. Not even the big shot prosecutor or the attorney. That's some impressive work, Mr. Prosecutor. I have to hand it to you. You admitted then that you murdered Artie Frost? Yeah. Sure I do. I did it. I killed him. But he only had himself to blame. What do you mean by that? He agreed to help me. We were both supposed to help each other so that one of us could win. And whoever won was supposed to let the other use the cookbook. On the day of the final, the rat finally showed his true colors. Seriously, Frost, we had a deal. Sorry, I'm not helping you in the final. Our little agreement is over, Gusto. But I help you. I spent all day yesterday making the eyes for your pieces.
Did you? And you can prove that, I suppose.
What do you? Wait, you were planning to betray me from the start, weren't you? After Frost overcrossed me, I had to make my peace for the final by myself. And like you said, my son wasn't there, so I didn't have any help with the flavor either.
So much for the pride you claim to have in your ability to make delicious desserts.
Go ahead and judge. I have no idea what it's like for someone like me to lose my sense of taste. I gave up everything to become the best. Everything! I take pride in that. Something someone like you could never understand.
You're right, I don't understand.
You take pride in the fact that you resorted to murder, because like that's kind of fucked up, my dude. Like that's fucked up. You could have found another way to do this. Or that you abandoned your son? Why would I want to understand someone who could do such things? A man can't afford to rely on other people. I learned that the hard way 18 years ago. My son never showed up on the day of the final. And in hindsight, I wouldn't be surprised if Frost was the reason why.
What do you think, Dad? What exactly happened to your son?
What am I supposed to know? I told you, he's none of my concern anymore. And according to you guys, nobody knows where he is now either.
And you don't care? You're horrible.
With his disappearance, so too went your chances of winning, correct? Yeah, I had to find another way of getting my hands on that book. That's when inspiration struck. I decided to skip an afternoon tea and snuck into Dangaroa's room. It would have been so easy. All I had to do was photograph the formulas I needed and get out of there. But then Frost showed up. I thought I might find you here. Stealing recipes from the famous Kupu, huh? Frost! What's this? A cure for taste disorders? Oh no, that's just too tragic. A confectioner who can't taste anything. What will people say? You tell anybody else. Yo, what? You can't even hit me, you miserable worm. Why, you? Frost shoved me hard when I went to punch him, knocked me clean off my feet. I crashed into one of the lamps. Must have been when my blood got on it.
So, Mr. Frost wasn't the first to get hurt.
When it was all over, I realized I had to get rid of that blood somehow, so I scrapped it off all the blooded beasts. I dissolved the salt shavings in some flavor ice mixture and brushed it all over the harp.
And that's how you made the evidence linking you to the murder vanish.
Smart. Frost was going to blackmail me. He would have made me give him money to keep quiet about my condition.
I'm just trying to figure something out here. Like, something is not closing for me.
So you decided you had to kill him? Yeah, yeah, I guess I did. Why would I let him live? Would you want someone holding something like that over your head? Besides, he's the one who drew first blood. It's a solid case for self-defense, don't you think?
So that was the impetus behind it all.
Anyway, I initially took the lamp to Frost's room. Went straight there once I figured out how I was going to hide the bloody part.
Inspired by all the ice sculpted tools lying about the place, I guess.
You're not as dumb as you pretend to be. Yeah, I figured I could use them to chip it off and grind it up. Once that was done, painting the stuff all over the harp was easy.
But why Samson? Why did you have to frame him?
I never meant for the cops to pin it on him. That was your fault, you and the rest of them.
What? You're gonna blame me for that?
Why do you think I went to the trouble of placing the lamps and clothes back in Scon's room?
There's only one reason to plant the murder weapon in the room of another contestant, and that's to cast suspicion on that person. What? You tried to frame me, Ghosty Pants.
Yeah.
But why? Why poor old me?
I respected Tangaroa. He was the best, a true champion. I would never have wanted him to take the fall. But you're a fraud. Your work wasn't even real. You had no respect for our craft at all. You deserve to be punished for what you did.
Oh, Ghosty, how could you?
And had you refrained from eating Tangaroa's work, Frost's body wouldn't have been found. My plan was to wait until Tangaroa was judging your room. That's when I'd sneak the corpse into Frost's room and freeze it. But thanks to you, Bond found it before I had a chance to retrieve it.
I don't understand. Why do you need to freeze his body at all?
Why, indeed.
Mr. Edward, surely you must know. Why did Mr. Gusto need to freeze Mr. Frost's body? Probably to obscure the time of death? Because that's the only way to escape the fact that, like, he's the only person without an alibi for the time where he might have died. Mr. Gusto needed to freeze Frost's body in order to obscure the time of death. If they determined that the murder occurred during afternoon tea, he would have been an obvious suspect, see?
Bingo. Freezing Frost's body wasn't simple, preparing everything took time. So I decided to place his body in the chest in Tangaroa's room while I got everything ready in Frostus. At the time, it seemed like the perfect hiding place. Never counting on some gluttonous pharmacist showing up and making the whole ship collapse.
I still don't get it though. Why disguise the body as an ice sculpture?
I mean, that's a good question. Probably because it was the easiest way to do it. I mean, it feels like the easiest way to hide it. You know, hide it in plain sight. The sooner it was found, the smaller the effect of freezing it would have had on masking the time of death. Therefore, he needed to disguise it at least until it's fully frozen.
How awful. Using Mr. Frost's own work to help you cover up the truth behind his murder.
Ironically, Tangaroa would have been just fine if the body hadn't been found before I got it out of his room. If only things had gone to plan, he wouldn't even have been arrested, let alone convicted.
You mean it was my fault? Everything that happened to Samson. It was all because I found the body.
Don't let him get inside your head, Roots. None of this is your fault. If it wasn't Samson, it would have been Delisha instead. She would have been the one they arrested. Either way, there's only one person to blame here, and that's Gusto. It didn't help that the initial detective was so bad at his job either. He never even told the prosecutor that the body had vanished. So then, Mr. Monkarma had unwittingly placed Mr. Tangaroa under arrest in the absence of a body. I mean, I guess it would explain why he was so keen to rack things up. Still, you think he noticed something as big as that if you're taking a look at a few reports, right?
Not if someone had been deliberately distorting the facts of the case, though. Either way, it seems that Mr. Monkarma didn't know about the body until after the arrest had been made. When admitting that would have spoiled his perfect record. So he kept it to himself and proceeded to prosecute Mr. Tangaroa regardless. Can this really be true? You don't feel bad at all? Somebody spent 18 years in prison because of you. Like, that's at least 1/3 of their life.
Yeah. Sticks and stones, girlie. Sticks and stones. What a jerk! I ought to arrest you right now, pal.
I'm afraid I can't allow you to do that, detective.
So you notice, huh? Let somebody deal. The judge is right. You can't lay a finger on me.
What? Why? You just confessed to murder.
No idea, huh? Then I guess I better lay it out for you.
Let me guess, a statute of limitations?
I killed Frost 18 years ago. The statute of limitations for murder in this country is 15 years. You do the math, you can arrest me. You think I'd have confessed otherwise?
That's right, the statute of limitations is only 15 years. Is this only the end of the line, Mr. Edward?
Once the statute has expired, he can't be charged, so...
But... How unfortunate, Mr. Edward. I'm afraid that both Mr. Gusto's confession and your deductions will have to be struck from the record. And that Mr. Tangaroa's conviction will remain in place. But we've finally proven that the police never had Mr. Frost's body in their possession. Even if we can't arrest Mr. Gusto, surely Mr. Tangaroa has grounds for a trial on that basis. Does he? I wouldn't be so sure. I'm afraid that the goddess' judgments are somewhat harder to overturn than you might imagine.
So the committee means for the victim from 18 years ago to stand no matter what. Bad luck, Mr. Prosecutor.
Yeah, that is super bullshit. Like, the least they can do is a retrial. Like, this is illegal, no matter how you look at it. There must be something we can do. Something to bring Mr. Gusto down. Well, there is something. There is, in fact, something. In the Statutes for Dummies book. The statute is suspended should the suspect flee to a foreign country. He went to Shenfa. Maybe he wasn't running away, he was just doing his training. But it's... God damn it, I pressed A again. But still, he left the country.
Hold it!
Let's just check. Depending on your actions over the last 18 years, the statute may not have expired yet.
This ought to be good. Alright, I got nothing to hide. Is there something you want to ask? Ask it.
Very well. Tell us what you've been and what you've been doing since the incident.
Sure. Not long after the contest, I was able to cure my test disorder thanks to the formula from that book. And not so long after that, I went to Shenfa to really buckle down and hone my craft. That explains a lot. We tried to contact you after the fact, but I guess you were long gone by then, huh? Could be. I left. Let's see. Around a year after the murder. It was the first time I was last day in court. Going to Shenfa was the best thing I ever did. Flavor, design! I'm the full package now.
Objection!
And all of the on the backs of those whose lives you destroyed.
Where's an omelette without a few eggs, huh? Nothing, Mr. Prosecutor. Nothing.
You're evil.
6 on stones, girlie. You can't arrest me, and that's all that matters.
I need more to work with. There has to be something I can get out of him. Maybe I can push him further on the statements he just made. Is there anything I should follow up on? I need to know, depending on how many years he was in Shenfa, we're fine. If he was there more than 3 years, we got him. I'd like you to tell us more about your training in Shenfa, if you wouldn't mind.
Fine.
I later went to Shenfa to train, and I finally became the best of the world. Well, actually, according to the text, let me recheck that. Is suspended should the suspect flee to a foreign country? It doesn't even say if it's like suspended and then it returns. Like, it's just suspended outright. So actually, yeah, we have him.
Objection!
Like, he left for a foreign country. It counts. The statute of limitations for murder is subject to the following condition. The statute is suspended should the suspect flee to a foreign country. Which means that the time you spend abroad doesn't count towards the total time under the statute. Okay, it's how I thought it worked in the first place. So how many years were you in Shenfa? No way, so it's like someone hit pause while he was in Shenfa? It appears that there may be time left on the clock yet. But that will depend on how long you stayed in Shenfa, Mr. Gusto.
It was 3 years exactly. 3 years! Hold on! Nobody said anything until I've done the math. The murder happened 18 years back. The statue's 15 years. The 3 overseas.
15 plus 3 makes exactly 18, which means no way. Mr. Edward, you did it! The statue hasn't expired after all.
Bingo! 18 years exactly. Glad you worked it out for yourselves.
He's just been stringing us along this whole time. Why is he laughing? We're good, aren't we? We can arrest him now.
I hate to break it to you, little sis, but IS-7 went down at the end of December. It's April now, which means, strictly speaking, it's been 18 years and 4 months since Frost's murder. If who's to say Shenfa really lasted 2 years on the nose, it's not enough, we're a few months short.
Not enough, but... Fucking damn it.
What did I tell you? You can't touch me! I hate to admit it, but he'd read the board well when he made his confession.
How unfortunate, Mr. Edward. If only the statue had been suspended for another year. Those who would overturn the goddess' judgment must be willing to pay the price should they fail. And you, Mr. Edward, have failed.
There must be something I can do!
I knew it. Well, if the liar can bring Mr. Gusto to justice, then...
Dudes, what are you thinking? Girly?
Objection!
There's no need to go out into your rap shit just yet. We're not done here. Far from it. Because there's still a way we can nail him.
There is?
Yeah, there is? Because I think we're kind of fucked. Like, I feel like we're kind of fucked right now. Alright, Minasarino, pep talk. I need you to think back over everything we know about the case. Gustos overlooked one critical thing that you yourself were led to believe wrongly about. Which is? He wasn't there for Samson's last trial, remember? As I can tell, he doesn't seem to know what the final verdict that came down that day is. Which means there's still one way left to us. Crack open your status for dummies there and take another look. Okay.
The statue is suspended from the time of any accomplice indictment to the end of the trial.
Oh, we got him. We got him! 17 years ago, they really did a number on Samson and framed him like a pretty prick show. But if we make good use of that verdict now, we can make Gusto pay in full for what he's done.
Fender, are you?
Those who would overturn the goddess' judgment must be willing to pay the price that should they fail. Samson my client, Mars, and I can't bring myself to use the source of his pain as a weapon in this fight. So whether we play our last card or not, is gonna have to be up to you.
Bringing Mr. Gusto to justice can only happen if I use the outcome of that hard-fought trial. So should I raise that objection and play that card or not? We're gonna raise that objection. Fuck this piece of shit. My father and Ron Karma. One sought to reveal the truth, the other to hide it. I know which path I chose to follow. The one that seeks to reveal the truth. This court has reached its final verdict. The record will state that Mr. Gusto has been found not guilty on all counts.
No, Your Honor, Mr. Carmelo Gusto is absolutely guilty, and I refuse to let him walk away. His crimes are too unspeakable to go unpunished.
Do you mean to suggest that you have grounds upon which to call for his arrest?
I do. Now to show Judge Cabell something that proves the statute of limitations hasn't expired yet. Well, the case, like as we know, please, convicted as an accomplice based on his confession. So he's not the actual author of the crime, which means that we can in fact screw Gusto by making him the author.
Take that!
Which he is.
Very well. Is there a particular page of the IS-7 case file you would like to refer to?
The suspect data.
I'd like to direct your attention to the page concerning the suspect. As you can see, Samson Tangara was convicted as an accomplice, and it took around 1 year for his indictment for that verdict to be reached.
Yes,
that does seem to be the case. The book you gave us
please, mouth, please.
The book you gave us details certain conditions pertaining to the statute of limitations for murder. One of them, as I mentioned, is the statute is suspended if the suspect flees the country, and another states that the statute is suspended from the time of any accomplice's indictment to the end of their trial.
What?
Tangara was convicted as an accomplice.
Yep, guess you were in Shenfa when the verdict came down. Samson was convicted as an accomplice, not as the main perpetrator. Which is clearly news to you, and not good news either, am I right? But how can that be?
Tangara wasn't an accomplice to anyone. He was innocent. And you know it, he. Oh, we know it. It's what we've been trying to prove all along. And in a pleasing twist of fate, his wrongful conviction will be the very thing that sets him free. If you spend 3 years in Shenfa, and your accomplice Samson Tangara was on trial for 1 year, it means you can still be charged with Mr. Frost's murder up to 19 years after the fact. In other words, the statute of limitation hasn't expired at all. The goddess's judgment is infallible. But that of her servants, it appears, is not. It seems the prosecutor in charge of this case may have erred. Unbelievably, we may have no choice but to instigate a full inquiry.
No! How could this be? You weren't supposed to be able to. 18 years. That's a long time to let somebody else suffer for your crimes. It's time to pay the piper, Gusto, and not a moment too soon. But I'm finally the greatest. My brilliance has been recognized. I give out everything for this. Everything, even my son. More's the pity. You can't run from the law forever because the bills come due at last. Yeah? Come on. Oh, you kill yourself. Like, symbolically. Mr. Gusto's all set for his trip downtown, sir. Oh, good. Which means it's your turn next, right?
I suppose so.
Goods.
I'm so sorry, everyone. I'll cause you all so much trouble. But thank you. Thank you so much for bringing Mr. Gusto to justice at last.
I'm afraid there's no escaping the consequences of your action, Miss Brown. Those actions were born of the legal mistakes that were made all those years ago. We all know that. So allow me to apologize in return, on behalf of the prosecution.
Oh no, I have no one to blame for myself, but myself for it all. Starting with those sculptures.
Hey, Jutes, you think maybe you might want me to represent you? I'm not some nervous newbie anymore. And there's no way I'm letting you take the rap for everything. Aww.
Oh, I'd be honored. Thank you, Mr. Fender.
Aww. That's sweet. Sorry, ma'am, but you gotta come with me now.
Of course.
Hopefully she's just gonna get community service. It's been 7 years. Well, over 7 years. Judge Gavel, why did you lie to us?
Lie? What are you talking about?
You implied that there was no case for a retrial, but as we've proven, that wasn't true. Surely anyone truly committed to seeing justice done would have called one as soon as the body was found.
I am under no obligation to answer such questions.
And you clearly have no intention of doing so either.
Truly, you are proving to be quite a threat to the Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence. As such, you give me little choice but to report back on your continued transgressions. No doubt you will be called to appear before the committee in due course. Now, I must be on my way.
Bitch!
What the heck? And after you caught the real killer and everything. Isn't that what prosecutors are supposed to do? Regardless of how it may all play out, I will never regret what we accomplished here today. Mr. Edward!
Hey! Mr. Edward!
Yes?
Why did you stick your nose in this case anyway? You weren't even on the job!
My job is to bring the truth to light, Mr. Winner. Not only as a prosecutor, but as a person.
I don't get it.
I wouldn't expect you to understand. Not as long as you believe that closing a case makes you a winner.
That's going way over my head. I'm going home.
What was that all about? Eustace still has a lot to learn, is all.
And he's a pain in the fucking ass.
Milesy Wilesy.
Yes.
I just wanted to say how Greggy Peglet would have been proud of you today. Oh, look at me tearing up. Thanks for helping pull Sammy Poo-Poo.
Of course. Hey, Archie, looks like you cleared everything up, huh? So, what happened exactly? I was kind of busted sketching. Hey, ready, duty, and ready to go.
Wow, you really weren't paying attention, were you? Though I am loath to admit it, Larry's sketches did come through for us on more than one occasion. Not that I'm about to tell him that.
Wait with the glaring, will ya? Whatever that is, I'm sorry.
Calm down, Larry. I wasn't glaring at you.
You totally were. You're just like your pup. He was a terrible liar too.
He was?
Listen, I'm gonna head out. Need to fill Samson in on what went down today. You wanna come with?
Yes, of course.
Great, then I'm coming too.
April 2, 4:56 p.m. Detention Center. Visitor's room. So, what's Mr. Tangaroa like? I can't wait to finally meet him.
He's a real sweetheart. You'll love him. Even while locked up, he can't help but make all sorts of cookies and cakes for everyone. His way 3 p.m. cake extravaganza is a thing for prisoners and guards alike.
Really? That sounds awesome! You think there'll be any left for us to try? Didn't we find a few slices of chocolate cake in the prison the other day? Wait. Could they have been some of Mr. Tangaroa's baked goods? Gummy, what are you doing here?
I heard you were all coming to see Mr. Tangaroa, so I volunteered to score him.
Hello, new friends. I'm Samson Tangaroa. Prosecutor Miles Edward at your service.
And I'm Mr. Edward's trusty sidekick, Kay Faraday.
It's nice to meet you both.
Miles here is Gregory's son.
Is that so? Your father was very kind to me and fought so hard for my case. But in the end, I betrayed him. I made a false confession and... Don't worry, Mr. Tangaroa. Mr. Fender has explained everything to me.
Sure did, and now we're here to tell you the truth about what happened 18 years ago.
The... truth.
3 hours later.
Judy did all that. For me.
Crazy kid racked her brain for 18 years until she finally figured out how to set you free. What can I say? Turns out she really would do anything for you.
Oh, Judy. I never did anything to deserve such devotion. Calm now, Mr. Tangaroa. I think we all know that's not true. The bond between the two of you has held strong for all these years, after all. You think so? I guess I'd better show him. Which piece of evidence is proof of the bond Miss Tangaroa and Miss Pound share? Good question. Like, I'm trying to think. Wait, is it the chocolates? Like, he was the one who was a fan of, No, yeah, it must be the chocolates. That's what she cares so much about.
Take that!
Those chocolates. Judy made them, didn't she? Yes, she did.
They're super delicious and sweet.
Miss Brown continued making them just as you taught her, even after that fateful day. So there would always be some waiting for you when you finally came home. Judy. Aww. I bet they're beyond super sweet then, are they? Very much so, I'm afraid. I only wish you could hand them to you.
Don't worry, sir. I'll make sure he gets them later.
Which would be a clear breach of prison policy. Not that I have the authority now to stop him anyway. Thank you very much. You know, Detective, something about you reminds me of Detective Bad.
Really, pal? Because I look to him a lot. He's my role model.
You don't say. It seems fate likes to bring people of all sorts together, huh?
You're hanging there, Samson. Just a little longer. I should be able to get you out soon. I'm sorry it's taken so long. Nobody should have to wait 18 years to get justice. The system is fucked up, my dude.
Don't be silly, Eddie. I'm the one who should be saying sorry. Or rather... Thank you. Truly.
Samson.
Well, I guess it's my turn to wait for Judy to come home now. I better make sure there's something delicious on the table for her when she finally walks through that door. Don't let me down, Eddie.
To me, big guy. Her cry wasn't even that big. Don't worry about it. She'd probably get like a year at most.
The I-7 incident. It's been 18 long years. But this case we inherited from my father is finally coming to a close.
Yay!
Hey, Miles. Thanks for today. I'm sorry for forcing you to make the final call like that.
Not at all. I simply made a call that felt right to me. Huh? What are you guys talking about?
You know how Samson was wrongfully convicted? Not to pretend that he wasn't in order to nail Gusto, but to use his full conviction against him, even to hate him. As his lawyer, I'm just gonna bring myself to do it.
Yeah, I can see that.
But now that Gusto's behind bars, I can finally start to get that wrongful conviction overturned.
Yes, and I'm sure you will. Wait a minute, does it mean that even if you were only doing what's right, if the false conviction had been overturned before today, Mr. Gusto would have gotten away scot-free?
Yep. The system's fucked up. It's what we folks in the trade like to call a legal contradiction. The law is far from perfect. It's super fucked up, in fact.
Because of things like legal contradictions, right?
Yeah, but you never know. Things might change. The law is always evolving, just like us humans. Your Uncle Eddie and Milesorino included, am I right?
The potential for growth and change. In people and in the law, huh?
So, Miles, are you going to keep fighting crime as a prosecutor or help people as an attorney? Do you want to take over your dad's firm, huh? Something tells me you got a big decision ahead of you. One only you can answer.
I know.
Well, let's just say I won't complain if you show up at the office one day. And on that note, it's time for me to skedaddle. I owe you big time, and I always repay my debts, but for now... Thanks again for today. I mean it.
And there he goes. Did he seem kind of in a hurry to get out of here to you?
He did.
And honestly speaking, I'm the one who owes him a debt of gratitude. After all, he gave me the chance to reckon with my father's final case. When I was a boy, all I ever dreamed of was becoming an attorney like my father. Then, during my time with Mr. Ronkarma, I learned the way of the prosecutor instead. Eventually, with the help of some good friends and my boyfriend, I found my own voice and a new way to live. But now my career as a prosecutor is at risk of being taken away from me. It may be time to take another long, hard look at how I want to live my life, whether I like it or not.
But that's for later.
April 2. Edward & Co. Law Offices.
Hey, Gregory. Sorry for reporting in so late. It may have taken 18 years, but we're finally in a position to prove Samson's innocence. All thanks to your boy Miles. I couldn't have done it without him. You have seen him. The way he fought for the truth gave me chills.
It was like I was watching you. Aw, it's the exact same photo as the one he took with Edward.
Look, I know I'm not half the attorney you were, but those guiding principles you tried to instill in me, I like to think I'm embodying them now as I carry on your legacy. Here's hoping. Ah, your boy will be joining me in that soon.
That's sweet. Am I going to fight crime as a prosecutor, or help people as an attorney? What is the right answer? Which path should I choose? Maybe I should just become a teacher, and that would solve all of my problems.
Solution! Become a law teacher, you don't have to worry about it. Sometimes teaching is a solution.
And that's gonna be everything for today because we're almost an hour over time. Oh boy, that took a long time. Ooh, I just wanted to finish it.
Okay, we're done. That's gonna be everything for today. Jesus Christ. Well, My throat is gonna be suffering for a couple of days. Thank God that I'm not gonna stream anything where I have to read a lot tomorrow, hopefully. But anyway, thank you everyone for being here. Tomorrow we're doing something else. I'm gonna grab a game that I don't have to read, and or I will refuse to read because I need to rest my throat. Especially because I'm pretty fucking sure the next case is the one with the clown. And if the ventriloquist is there, my throat is not gonna survive that one. So, yeah. And then, you know, Wednesday and Thursday, I'm taking my rest, and then we're back at it again on Friday when more Ace Attorney. But until then, it's gonna be something else. So anyway, again, thank you for being here. Have a good rest of your day, a good start to your week, and I'll see you tomorrow for something completely different. I don't know. It's gonna be something else. I'll think about it. I'm indecisive. This is always how it is. It is always how it's gonna be. Bye, everyone.